changes my mind. If they come along, I won't think twice. 'Cause I already got a good thing with me. Yeah, I already got everything I need. The best things in life are already mine. Don't tell me that you got a good thing for me, 'cause I already got a good thing with me. Yeah, I already done everything I dreamed. I'm good by myself, don't need no one else. Don't tell me that you got a good thing for me, 'cause I already got a good thing. I make myself up just to dance in the mirror when I'm at home. I pose and take pictures, then send them to people that I don't know. I like getting compliments, compliments how I'm feeling. Oh, I'm not always selfish, just bad at romance. It's not in my bones. I've always been told one day I'll find somebody who changes my mind. If they come along, I won't think twice. 'Cause I already got a good thing with me. Yeah, I already got everything I need. The best things in life are already mine. Don't tell me that you got a good thing for me, 'cause I already got a good thing with me. Yeah, I already done everything I dreamed. I'm good by myself, don't need no one else. Don't tell me that you got a good thing for me, 'cause I already got a good thing. Been told one day I'll find somebody who changes my mind. If they come along, I won't think twice, 'cause I already got a good thing with me. Yeah, I already got everything I need. The best things in life are already mine. Don't tell me that you got a good thing for me. No, no, 'cause I already got a good thing with me. Yeah, I already done everything I need. I'm good by myself, don't need no one else. Don't tell me that you got a good thing for me, 'cause I already got a good thing.
I've been known to miss a red flag. I've been known to put my lover on a pedestal. In the end, those things just don't last. And it's time I take my rose-colored glasses off. I already know your type, telling me the things I like. Trying to make me yours for life, taking me for a ride. I already know your type, you can play your cards right. Don't you know I could do this dance all night? Ooh, what you doing? Don't know who you think that you're confusing. I'd be like, ooh, it's amusing. You think I'm gonna fall for an illusion?
good judgment. I know I have good taste. It's funny and it's ironic that only I feel that way. I promise them that you're different, and everyone makes mistakes, but just don't. I heard that you're an actor, so act like a stand-up guy. Whatever devil's inside you, don't let him out tonight. I tell them it's just your culture, and everyone rolls their eyes. Yeah, I know. All I'm asking, baby, please, 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 don't prove I'm right. Please, 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 don't bring me to tears when I just did my makeup so nice. Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another. I beg you, don't embarrass me, motherfucker. Please, please, please. I have a fun idea, babe. Maybe just stay inside. I know you're craving some fresh air, but the ceiling fan is so nice, and we could live so happily if no one knows that you're with me. I'm just kidding, but really, 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 please, 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 don't prove I'm right. Please, 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 don't bring me to tears when I just did my makeup so nice. Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another. I beg you, don't embarrass me, motherfucker. Please, please, please. If you wanna go and be stupid, don't do it in front of me. If you don't wanna cry to my music, don't make me hate you perfectly. Please, 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 make me swear, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me swear, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water.
Normally, I could keep my cool, but tonight I'm whining. I'ma be in a dangerous mood. Can you match my timing? Telling me that you're really about it, what you're hiding. Talk is cheap, so show me that you understand. I like it. Can you blow my mind? Set off my whole body. If I give you my time, can you snatch my soul from me? I don't wanna wait. Come take it, take me where I ain't been before. Can you blow my mind? Set off my whole body, whole body. Make me sweat, make me harder.
Oh, I'm muted.
Make me lose my breath, make
Oh.
me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water.
The heck? Now I'm not. Ugh. I'm always being silenced. I'm always being silenced.
Unmuted, let's go. Unmuted, let's go.
What is happening? Where did this daily subs thing come? What? I have not even touched my computer and there's just things on it. What? Sometimes there are just things on my OBS. I'm like, where did that come from? I don't know.
Kwan love, Kwan love, Kwan love, Kwan love.
All right. That needs to be fixed. How do I fix that?
Kwan heart.
Okay. What the fuck is happening? What is happening? Dead Smurf account, thank you for the 27 months. I'm gonna try to fix this. Anonymous, thank you for the 5. Sputting, thank you for the 22 months. Unjol, thank you for the 11 months. Scooter, thank you for the 14 months. What the heck? Okay, let me see what's going on. Why is this? Why can this just never be fine? Do you know what Sam told me? Sam was like, one day I'm going to come over. At least the TTS is no longer delayed, I guess.
Kwan heart, Kwan raid.
She told me she was going to come over and just like, without telling me and Will, just fix things on our computer that drive her nuts. She's like, I'm just going to, I'm just going to go on both of your computers and do things that will make your life better. I was like, please. Please, we trust in her. In Sam, we trust. She's like, you won't even know. I'll just come over and and then I'll leave. And you'll have no idea. Okay. Maybe that worked? Let's see. Hold on.
Kwan love, Kwan love, Kwan love.
Okay. All right. Okay. Bandit, thank you for the 18 months. D. Nelly, thank you for the 13 months. That seems to be better. I don't know. Hands across the water. Thank you for the 3 months. Anyway. Sam is the hero that we asked for and also that we need. Did Fashan break the computer? I mean, she spilled half a bottle of champagne on it, so maybe that actually fixed it. Maybe she fixed it. Roni Duke, Roni Duke, thank you for the prime. Alrighty. Before. Okay. All right. Dragon Llama, thank you for those 23 months. Best way to end the day, Miss Kwan and a glass of wine. Hey. I'll raise you my Red Bull to your glass of wine. Big shout out to Sam for teaching me that Patrick Stewart is gay. Sam is a walking, talking treasure trove of facts that are false, but she says with such certainty. I love that about her. She'll teach me things that are not true and that I didn't know, but that they're also not true. We will never forget Bone Yang. Wait, can we look at some fun clips from, let's do a couple clips from the fundraising stream. The one that especially I need to see is when I was like screaming at her when she had the marker and was trying to write down James Charles' name. I was like, I will hurt you. I am not afraid to lay my hands on another woman. I will cause you pain. Farley, oh God. Wait, I have to tell you guys, okay? Every time I start stream is when Farley smashes his bowl, okay? I start stream. He smashes his bowl to be like, mother, now. Mother, food, water, now. I'm like, you didn't want to do this before? You didn't want to do this before? And then Sam and I have been recording the podcast here, like at our little nook, without fail. Within the first 10 minutes of recording, Will comes into where we're recording. And the dogs start barking like crazy. For the last 3 weeks, without fail, the first 10 minutes, like right when we're getting started, right when we're getting into things, he walks in and he's like, what? I just need some chicken. And then the dogs go crazy. This is what we're dealing with, okay? Sam and I turned to each other. We're like, can you imagine if we had human children? Can you imagine? We couldn't get anything done. We couldn't possibly. Do you want to do a clip cue? It's not like, well, I think I can just pull them from chat. All right, here we go. Do not look at chat.
Sorry, I'm
Do
sorry.
not look at chat.
Sorry,
Chat.
I was asking a specific question.
I will put you on emo mode. I will put you on emo mode.
No, help me.
No.
I'm just a little girl.
No, you're not just a little girl
Help
who
me.
needs help. No.
Help me.
You come up with. You name a queer person right now. Get off the ground. Get up. Get up.
Okay, help me.
No. Oh. Not me screaming. You name a queer person right now. I wish you guys had seen Sam crawling on the ground, like going into my stream room, going into the laundry room, just having an absolute mental breakdown in the 10 minutes that it took her to write down one fucking name. Oki, come here. Oki, come here. You come to Auntie. Don't you go to your mama.
passed
Yeah,
away.
you come here. Good
Okay,
girl. Good girl. That's right. No, your mama has to do this. You stand up on those feet. You put that hat on. You get your ass over here.
Sir Ian McKellen.
Sure. No, and I said that doesn't count actually anymore. I'm sorry, Ian McKellen. You guys have seen this. The tiger mom in me. He is gay.
Yeah.
But no, because that cancels out because you said Patrick Stewart. Oh my God, Crosswalks, thank you for the 8 months. Okay, let's watch another one. Is this the one where she has? Oh, this is.
And a 2, and a 1, 2, 3, 4. And there goes my hip.
There goes my hip.
Wow.
Oh God, those two, always getting up to some shit. Cover. No, you're not putting James Charles down as number one.
Don't make me write this.
I think this is my favorite moment for the stream. Okay, so sorry, I should have given some context because I know not everybody was there, but Sam and I did our fundraising stream on Sunday. It was really fun. Thank you to everybody who joined. Thank you to those who donated. This was a continuation of the Creators for Peace fundraiser that we had done, the in-person fundraiser that we did like 2 weeks ago. And then some creators have been doing individual fundraisers. So it was just a fun way to raise money for a great cause. But this was the challenge of naming 100 queer people, which let me just say, I had that in the bag. All right. Where's my accolades?
Don't make me say James
People
Charles.
magazine cover. No, you're not putting James Charles down as number 100.
Don't make me write James
You're not
Charles.
putting James Charles down. No, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Get that marker. Don't you dare. Don't. You are possessed. Don't you do it. Why is that
not to?
Call another YouTuber.
It's gonna
Come up. There's a ton of gay YouTubers. When she comes in here.
Don't make me say
When she
James
comes in with the possessed marker. Oh my God. You guys cross him out, but Harry Styles' queer song Medicine confirms it. You know what? To be determined. TBD, to be determined. Caroline, you're generally one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen. Okay, I guess the money hit the PayPal. Thank you. Thank you for the not paid compliment. Magazine cover. No, you're not putting James Charles down as number 100.
Don't make me
You are
write James
not
Charles.
putting James Charles down. No, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Get that marker. Get that marker, right? Don't you dare. Don't. You are possessed. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. We've got evil gay spirits possessing Sam. That's what happened. That's what went down. In case you missed it.
Has come, the walrus said.
The time has come.
What's that poem? The time has come, the walrus said.
I
To suck my ass!
Osteoporosis. Cheers, darling.
Cheers!
Cheers. And cheers to you all for joining for this fundraising stream.
That was so good, and I drank all of it.
Did you just throw that out?
I'm an old lady!
Yes, well, I should have hit you even harder. This is also when we just started to get fucking delirious. Oh, gosh. You guys, after we finished the stream, we both just collapsed onto the couch. Just total exhaustion. You gotta eat this though. Wait, hold on. This is quick. Okay, all right. You gotta eat this though. Oh my God! You know what, Megan? I'm surprised that she did not go on a rant about how nobody watched Megan 2. You know, I'm surprised she didn't go just absolutely nuts. I swear to God, Sam only knows the most toxic queer YouTubers. Yeah, I mean, look, people did not go see Megan 2, and so Megan has every right to like go hunt Jason Blum down and be like, what did you do? What have you done?
Dun, 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 dun. And rock and back and up, 2, 3, 4, in, out,
We actually kind of killed
point
this.
and spin. Yep.
Oh, I think we got it down.
I think you got it. Wait, okay.
Can you do that?
Okay.
Can you do that? And reader, no, he could not. No, he could not.
Wait,
Close your eyes.
Okay.
Okay, I look like a demon. Hold on, come into camera. Okay, this is Miguel Jr.
Can I open my eyes?
Yeah, you can open your eyes.
Why do you have that still?
Because this is Miguel Jr. He's part of the family. I do have. Do you want to wear it as a bracelet?
No.
Here, put it on your wrist. You were a hairstylist and you won't wear Miguel Jr. on your wrist.
I don't know Miguel Jr.
Look how nice that is. See? Yes, darling. This is all in fashion.
that is
sickening.
I hate this.
That is
This is
sickening.
so gross to me. Like, I feel like you just gave me like a tampon and you're like, here, hold this.
Miguel Jr. is not a tampon. Okay, Miguel Jr. is a part of the family. Yeah, you know what? I still have Miguel Jr., okay? Miguel Jr. lives here now. Miguel Jr. lives here, and he is here to stay. So for those of you who are like, why do you still have that? Because that's family, all right? And as Vin Diesel says, family... What does he say? He just says family. Family is family. Yeah. Family is family. In said in a Vin Diesel voice. Yep. Uh-huh. Who the fuck is Miguel Jr.? You just saw him. Well, should not be invited to these types of shows. He makes a better gay woman man than most of us. You know what? he loves to do little dances. He loves to get a little gay, you know? As much as Will says he's not a theater kid, he is a theater kid. He may hate most musicals, but he is a theater kid.
Because I'm seeing the.
Okay, here's another clip. Thank you.
Because I'm seeing the.
You know what?
camera.
You're kind of giving Ariel.
Yeah, I look like a character from
Part
Splash.
of your world. What would I give if I could live out of these waters? What would I pay to be gay, warm on the sand? Look at Oki. On land, they understand that they don't reprimand their trans sons and daughters. Bright young women, sick of swimming,
There's so much
ready
going on.
to stand down. Okay, let's go. Master. Boots and cats and boots and cats, boots and cats and boots and cats. He loves getting pretty. Oh, yeah. Look, here's the thing. It doesn't matter what your gender identity is, what your sexuality is. Everybody likes to feel pretty. It's nice feeling pretty. It's good to feel pretty. Everyone should get to feel pretty. Okay, that's how I feel about it. Everyone should get to feel pretty. Don't let anybody not let you feel pretty. Feel bonita. Everyone wants to be bonita. So don't ever let anybody stop you from being bonita. You be bonita. You be the most bonita you can be. You're right. It's in the song. I feel pretty, oh so pretty. I feel pretty and witty and gay. And I pity any girl who isn't me today. That song can apply to all of us. All right. So be bonita. Be bonita, everyone. That's your advice from me today. Bone apple tea. Bone apple tea and be bonita. Literally, when he said that everyone should feel pretty, sometimes it touches something deep inside. Yes, everyone should get to feel bonita. And I'm here. I am here. I am a person who is here to always let you be bonita. Okay? Why is Caroline Loki so good at the Disney singing voice? Well, it's because I am a Disney princess. I'm a Disney princess who decided to become a streamer. No, it's just theater kid stuff. It very much so is. All right. Any other fun moments? Those are some good ones. That was a good recap. Will has internalized theater phobia. Yes, I think because he associates musicals as theater, he like rejects being a theater kid because he's like, I hate so much of this stuff. And I'm like, look, as I have always said, there is a theater kid inside all of us. And sometimes theater kids become evil because they can't succeed. They can't succeed as theater kids. I do believe there's a theater kid inside all of us. It's just a matter of if we use it for good. You know, we have to use our theater kid for good. Did you ever take vocal lessons? Yes, I grew up taking lessons and singing and all that. Wasn't Spacey a successful theater kid? Yes, and sometimes there are successful theater kids who are evil, you know? So you have to use your inner theater kid to do good. You must be good. Oh, do we have one more? Okay, wait.
Patrick
Also,
Stewart.
is Patrick Stewart?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Do you see? She says things so confidently
I'm
with
putting
such
them together
authority.
because maybe there's been Patrick Stewart 100%, right? Patrick Stewart is straight. Are you positive?
Oh, you are insane.
No,
You named a person who's straight as number 100. No. Oh my God.
No, I thought he was. I can see his face in my head unless I'm thinking of somebody else.
You know what? Neither of those, I'm sorry. Ian McKellen is gay, but sorry. Now you have to come up with one more.
No!
Yeah, you do. You know, Sam was also doing that thing where every time I would say a name, she would do word association. So I would say a name and then she'd go, oh, and then name another person with that name. And I'm like, you can't just name people. You can't just name people with the same name and be like, oh, yeah, they're also queer, right? Like, no, they just have the same name. Miss Carol.
Hi! I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I heard that there's going to be some tea spilling today. How's everybody doing?
Okay, first of all, I feel like that is I feel like Sam could have a version of like Mr. Rogers' show, but it would be like entirely the opposite. It would just be it would be horror. It would be straight terror.
Correct.
It would be cursed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow. My queen.
There she is.
Yes, Carol, we are going to be spilling the tea today. It was awesome that you got, sorry, that was like the spirit of Gilbert Gottfried inside of Carol. Do you have any tea for us to get things started?
I do not like.
Oh, yeah.
I
Mr. Rogers, but for spreading evil. Truly. Okay, let me close mailing of these tabs. Picture of a snail. Thank you for the 24 months. Anyway, that was just the best. That was so fun. What a fun day. So shout out to you all. Shout out to you all for participating in that. And I hope we delivered great content, you know? Because that's the thing is like we always got to make things fun. Always got to make things entertaining. And I think a lot of times, especially me as a news and commentary streamer, a lot of times it just, things we talk about feels bad. Feels not great. So being able to like do fun things, right? Where it's like, okay, yeah, a lot of the news surrounding what is happening to trans people in this country, you know, what's happening to the LGBTQ community, it doesn't feel good. It's not good. So being able to have a joyful stream and use our platforms to have to raise money and have fun. We gotta have a little fun sometimes. We do. We really do. I still think about that one chatter who faked a British accent for so long they can't go back. I also have been thinking about that chatter. That person who submitted a tea spill and said that they, like, the reveal was that they had been faking a British accent for 3 months and now they're stuck. And my advice was, I was like, you got to run away. You got to disappear. You have to disappear. You have to leave society behind. I was telling my husband about that. He was shook. He's like, oh my God, I also did the same thing. Just fake it the other way. You know what? You have to move to that chatter has to move to the UK. They have to go. They should move to the UK. And then and then just now they're forever British. That's it. Sorry. All right, time to get serious. When are you going to primary Chuck Schumer? Honestly, by the time I'd primary him, he'd probably die. He'd probably be dead. Also, why do I need to primary Chuck Schumer when he's delivering us this? I just forced Republicans to delete their ridiculous bill name. It's no longer named the One Big Beautiful. I mean, I can't do this. Chuck has got it going on. It's no longer named the One Big Beautiful Bill. Nothing about this bill is beautiful. It's a betrayal to American families, and it's undeserving of such a stupid name. News. I just got the name struck off this bill with a move on the floor of the Senate. It's no longer named One Big Beautiful Bill. The bill is a big, ugly betrayal of the American people by the Republicans, and the American people will remember it. Like, how... This is breaking news. Like, I just don't think I could be capable of coming up with anything like this. Wait, I'm sorry, Queen Kina. I listened to a podcast where a guy called in pretending he was gay at work for 3 years. How the times have changed. Now people who are pretending to be gay, just like Chuck Schumer's pretending that he's doing anything of worth here in Congress. Chuck Schumer's like, look at this great leadership. And that great leadership is that he's changing the name of the bill. That's so awesome. Everything is awesome. Everything is awesome. So now instead of a name that everyone associates with Trump, it can just pass as a bunch of numbers. Yeah. So now this bill, which is so deeply unpopular, it is like one of the most, it's like the most unpopular piece of legislation since 1990. It is not even doing well with Republicans. People who are aware of this hate it. And the One Big Beautiful Bill is such a Trump name. That is such a Trump named bill. And of course, like the one thing Schumer has done is to like remove the element that like the just in your face element of this being Trump's bill. Yeah, but this is all we wanted, right? It's not that we actually wanted Democrats to really lock in and oppose what the Trump administration is doing. And not just in rhetoric, but actually in action. No, we didn't want any of that. We just wanted the bill's name to be changed. Thank you so much. The 17 million people who are going to lose health care, don't worry, because at least we got the bill's name changed. Who needs Medicaid? Honestly, who needs Medicaid? Oh, geez. You know what I saw? I saw a tweet from somebody who said this bill is about to birth 15,000 Luigis. This bill is about to birth 15,000 Luigis. If y'all thought one Luigi was a problem, well, guess what? You're about to get a heck of a lot more Luigis. I'm not saying anything about it. I am simply repeating a tweet that I saw. I just saw this tweet. I saw this tweet, and obviously the sentiment of it I'm trying to explain is that this bill is so unpopular. It is so deeply unpopular. One of the biggest reasons because it includes the biggest Medicaid cut in history. The biggest Medicaid cut in history after Donald Trump had vowed not to touch Medicaid. Medicaid... There are 75 million Americans in this country that rely upon Medicaid. It is the single largest government healthcare program. And if this bill passes, 17 million people are going to become uninsured over the next decade. Plus more bad things. We condemn and we condom. We condemn and we condom. So all I'm saying is that if the government is, freaking out over one healthcare CEO being murdered, well, then I don't think a good way to quell Americans' anger towards the healthcare system and the people in power who are perpetrating this predatory system, I don't think a good way to do that is by allowing the largest Medicaid cut in history. That's all I'm saying, okay? That's all I'm saying. I made all my friends call my reps today, even if I'm scared. yeah. Look, this is going. So this passed in the Senate. JD Vance was the tying vote. This is going to the House. So I know we feel like, what is calling our Congress people going to do? Just even call them to just yell, right? Like, just express your anger and put that pressure on them and be like, look, lay out why this is such a terrible, terrible, terrible tax and policy package. Why this is going to make your life so much worse, whether your congressperson is a Democrat or Republican, because Democrats are also fucking flailing, because they're doing the thing where they're like, oh, this is going to be, people are going to be so mad at the Trump administration, even though Chuck Schumer is removing the name of the bill. And so we'll just let it happen. We'll let it happen, and then they can be mad at Republicans. Okay, and a big part of that is because the Democrats and the liberal media have not been telling people. Like, they are too busy. They're too busy smearing Zohran Mamdani, a member of their own party. They're too busy screaming about Bob VYLAN and about, oh my God, anti-Semitism, that they're not out here telling the American public how bad this bill is, talking about how disastrous this will be for most people in this country, because they can't get their fucking heads out of their asses, because they're frothing at the mouth to do some Islamophobia. They're like, oh God, but I just can't stop being racist towards Zohran Mamdani, to take a moment and communicate how threatening this bill is. Those are their priorities. Their priorities are stopping someone like Zohran in New York City. Those are their priorities. Their priorities are, we have to just keep protecting Israel at all costs. We got to make sure that we keep doing Islamophobia. We have to feign outrage about what's happening in Glastonbury Glastonbury Festival, and not talk about this massive piece of legislation that is the cornerstone of Donald Trump's 2.0 administration. Asmongold's community, you're out here supporting Trump, okay? You're just, following the lead of your streamer who sits at home playing video games, who is a multimillionaire, which you are not. They are going after you. Mike Johnson, Mr. Michael Johnson, he is coming for you. He just said so himself. 29-year-olds who sit at home playing video games, they're targeting you. They're targeting you. So whose side are you on? Are you going to be on the side of the people? Or are you going to be on the side of the guy who looks like this and is coming after you? What if I'm a 30-year-old who sits around playing video games? Well, then you're fine. Okay, this is specifically 29-year-olds. Gamers are being oppressed. All right. So, let me just PSA, okay, to all these gamers out there who always make their videos about like the oppression of gamers and blah, 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 and how woke is ruining games. You need to stand up right now. You need to gain some consciousness here. All right. And you need to gather the troops, and you need to go to war against this, because the Republicans are targeting gamers. All right. They are coming after you. Mike Johnson is coming for you. He is going to take your video games away. You want to talk about oppression? This is going to be oppression that you have never seen before. The likes that you have never seen before. So you need to join us before it is too late. This is what we are fighting against.
Hey CarolineKwan Fart Wave Hi Chat Kwan Heart.
Alexander Vibes, thank you for the 6 months.
Possible that Mike Johnson always sounds so old and out of touch while also managing to look like a 12-year-old who...
This dick is coming for you. He will take away League. He will take away whatever other video games you play. This dick Johnson is coming for you. These people, okay, for so many reasons. But what they're doing, like their whole bullshit argument is that people don't work, right? That people are lazy, that they're getting handouts, like these motherfuckers don't get the biggest handouts of all. That like there is some world, that we live in an alternate timeline where people in the United States are just, they're just kicking back. They're just playing video games. They're just enjoying their sweet time. They're getting all this free shit from the government and they're lazy, right? Like that's what these rich fucks attitude is towards the working class in this country, where it's like, first of all, there are so many things about this that just do not accurately reflect people's situation, okay? This idea that people who rely on programs like Medicaid are not working, that like they're simply not getting these jobs that Dr. Oz is talking about because they're just lazy, because they don't want to, that the jobs that they have are, that they're having to, they're like a lot of people who are disabled, who have other conditions that already make it so difficult to live, to exist, and how them having their insurance removed is certainly not going to make their lives easier. That's suddenly like, oh, okay, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go out and I already have a job, but I'm just going to work even more so that I cannot be this lazy hypothetical person that these Republicans are describing who are getting handouts from the government. And also like a lot of jobs being contracted, a lot of people like not even being able to get enough hours. Me getting laid off unexpectedly as someone with a graduate degree, they're basically telling me I'm lazy for not taking an $8 an hour job instead of living off unemployment and stuff while job searching endlessly and stressed out. Yeah, and how about like 95% of counties in this country, of 95% of counties, people who live there cannot afford the average cost of a 1-bedroom apartment working a minimum wage job. That's the reality. It's like, okay, you're just telling people to go get minimum wage jobs that don't allow them to afford anything in life? Having flare-ups and losing my other job because they want us to take more hours without caution for health. Yeah. Millions have gotten their bodies and inner cells broken by the abusive, neglectful system. They get punished from being overwhelmed by the stress and duress, and then homelessness is being criminalized and camps are being built and people are getting fucked up by AI being institutionalized.
Prove that you matter, get agency.
In my state, unemployment benefits max out at $550 a month. It's been capped at that since the 1970s. Yeah, and they're also just straight up lying. Like I have seen so many posts today from Republican politicians talking about the millions of illegals who are going to be kicked off Medicaid. That like fewer people have access to health insurance, which means that they can't get the medical care that they need, which means that it makes it even harder to go to work, right? To just fucking live. And so people will die. They will die every year under this plan. And also this idea that like, oh, this will make that taking their insurance away will incentivize them to meet the hour requirement is insane. Like it will only make things more difficult.
Senators all through the night last night, didn't get a lot of sleep. I'm sure you probably didn't either. And I will tell you, there was a point where they were short one vote. And I know that there are some changes. And from the beginning, you said and asked John Thune, you asked senators to make minimal changes possible. They have to deal with the reconciliation process. That does complicate things on their end. They have to deal with the Senate parliamentarian. That complicates things. What would you say 85 to 90% it's identical?
Yes, that's great, Sean. Good to be with you. 85 to 90% of this
Yes, Sean, that's exactly
bill
correct.
is the House-generated product. The Senate made some modifications to it. They made it more conservative in some places and moderated it a little bit in others. But I tell you what, as the president said so well today, this is no longer just a House bill. It's not a Senate bill. It's the bill of the people, of the hardworking American people, and we are going to deliver it. As you said, Sean.
Oh, okay. Oh, my God. Medicaid is the only way I could even afford insurance right now. Do they not realize how astronomically expensive insurance is? So the argument of you are paying for a 29-year-old gamer to sit at home, play video games, and have health insurance. That's not true. And also, when someone loses their health insurance, that means that they're more likely to, when something happens, they have to go to an emergency room. And the hospitals in this country are obligated by law to treat people who are in an emergency room, even if they cannot pay for that care. So that cost then gets passed on to everyone else. And so it will drive up healthcare costs. This bill will drive up healthcare costs for everybody. I don't care. And also, yes, I don't care if somebody's playing video games at home. Everyone deserves healthcare. Healthcare, but this is like the fundamental difference, right? In people who believe healthcare is a human right. Healthcare is a human right versus healthcare is something to be commodified. Healthcare is something for those who the markets are designed to benefit, can make money off of the healthcare system in this country, rather than as a human being, your health is something that you should not have to go into debt over, that you should not have to die over because you cannot afford care. That care should be provided to every single person because that is a right of being a human being. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you can offer. That healthcare is something that should be guaranteed to you. No one should be able to make money off of people not being able to have healthcare. It's not a privilege, it's a right. And that's the mentality, right? Where like these fuckers go, this is a privilege. Being on Medicaid is a privilege. As if like somebody who is in a position where they have to rely upon Medicaid is like some privileged person. It's like the millions of people of whom can only get healthcare because of this government funded program are living these like very privileged lives. Why do you think that they have to rely on Medicaid in the first place? Do you think Mike Johnson and all these wealthy people in Congress, that they have Medicaid? No.
On by July 4th. It is so critically important. Remember, we got a clear mandate from the people in November to do this. President Trump ran on a clear set of priorities and promises.
No. People do not want Medicaid being cut. They do not want to lose their health insurance. These liars. And they know that, which is why they're out there lying and saying, we're not going to cut Medicaid. Don't worry. We're not going to do this thing that is deeply unpopular. It doesn't matter what your politics are in this country.
And we did as well. And this is the vehicle to deliver.
Oh my goodness. What's so frustrating is, so take Alabama, for instance. Okay. Alabama is a very red state. And Alabama is consistently always at the bottom in ranking in things like healthcare and education and cost genuine or general, like just quality of life. And last year, 15% of the population of Alabama relied on SNAP. And it's like I am obviously not a conservative and I do not live in a red state, but I'm a person who is out here like trying to advocate against a bill that is going to hurt a lot of people in this country, which includes people in very red states. So it's like this doesn't come down to like a difference in politics, because when you are a leftist, you believe in making everyone's life better, whether they live in red states, whether they vote Republican, etc. And obviously there are also people who live in red states who did not vote for this at all. But regardless, this is something where it's not a look at all of these people in Alabama who are going to suffer, this state where, you know, they voted for Donald Trump because they're going to lose their access to SNAP. The thing is that this is why education is also so important, because a lot of people don't even know about the bill. They have no idea. They don't understand these things until it's affecting them in their life. That's their understanding of politics. A lot of people in this country's understanding of politics is how they personally feel the effects of politics, of legislation on their lives, on the material conditions which comprise their existence. And so this isn't just like, it's horrifying, because a lot of people who are struggling are going to struggle even more because of this bill, but they don't know about it, which is why, like, Zoran in New York City going around and talking to people and having a very effective boots on the ground campaign, and like people who are scared of the word socialist hearing what it was that he wanted to do for him, going, oh, okay. Like, it might not be the first time that they hear it. It might not be the second time, but just being able to break it down and speak to people and be like, this is what I want to do for you. This is how I want to help your life be better. I want you to have more dignity in your day-to-day, whether that is alleviating the cost of your housing, of your food, making transportation free and available for you, providing healthcare. Like, this is the type of thing that, like, how you have to speak to a lot of people in this country who they don't understand, and they are struggling. Like, they are struggling immensely, and their day-to-day concerns are, how am I going to pay my bills? How am I going to get to work? How am I going to keep a roof over my head? How am I going to provide for my children?
Food bank.
Orlando Bloom. You know, I think Katy Perry's weird. I have certainly had my fair share of making fun of the ridiculous things that she does. But this is not a like, oh, Orlando Bloom is free. I get sus vibes from him. They're both weird. Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yes, they are divorcing, and he was recently at Jeff Bezos's wedding, flirting with Khloe and Kim Kardashian. So most celebrities are weird. Yes, a lot of celebrities are very weird. They're sussy. They're very sussy. This is the second time she's been dumped while on tour. I don't know if she was dumped, but, let's at least say that her marriage broke up. This is the second time Katy Perry's marriage has broken up while she was on tour. Kind of like streamers, honestly. A lot of streamers are weird. Yeah, there are definitely industries in which I just think the capacity to be a normal human being is reduced because of a lot of it is the nature of fame, the nature of fame, wealth, these characteristics. Yeah, slitting from Russell Brand was a good call, of course. Have you talked about Rosie criticizing Oprah for going to Bezos' wedding? We talked about it on the podcast. But I just have to say, The way that Rosie O'Donnell wrote that Instagram post, that was bars. And also, it was giving haiku. We ain't doing no doomer mentality, okay? We ain't doing no doomer mentality. Because first of all right, if things can get worse, why can they not get better? Right? It's like we see things get worse and yet we go, oh, it's only on a path of getting worse and not being able to reverse that at all. Despite evidence to the contrary throughout our history of showing when like something was getting worse and then we pulled it back. Secondly, Zohran Mamdani just won the New York Democratic primary, all right? He went up against the establishment. He went up against big money. He went up against the liberal media class. He went up against the Democratic Party power, and he won. And he won by like 12 fucking points. So that is a person who, if you are feeling doomer right now, look at what's happening over there. Look at the shift that has happened with Israel and Palestine, an issue in this country that for decades, people who have dedicated their lives to try and dismantle the propaganda machine that has propped up Israel and its war crimes for decades. They thought they were like, I don't know if this will ever change. I'm going to keep fighting for it, but I do not know if I will ever see a shift in public sentiment and to hear anybody with any type of platform publicly denounce the crimes of Israel. And now we see that happen all the time. And yes, our political and media class is still manufacturing consent for Israel's crimes, but look at how much things have shifted within public sentiment. That is a huge change. Seeing so many people call out Islamophobia, correctly identify how normalized it has become, how acceptable it is. So no, don't ever give up. Don't ever think like, oh, there's nothing we can do, because you know who wins? These motherfuckers. That's who wins. They want you to think that there is nothing you can do, that you shouldn't call your constituents, that you shouldn't go out and protest in the streets, that you shouldn't hold these people accountable at all. That is a gift to them. It is a gift to them to believe that you cannot do anything. Now, as one person, you are limited, but as the masses, we have power. So freedom is not something that you just win one time. It is something that you fight for constantly. It is something where even when you gain wins, you are still fighting.
Will bury.
And for those of us who have Democratic Congress people, if they are not out here fighting tooth and nail against this bill, then they're gone. Then they're the enemy as well. All right. If they're out here spending their time, trying to ensure that Zohran Mamdani doesn't become the next mayor of New York City, especially when they don't even fucking live in New York. Okay. Like Eric Swalwell, buddy, if you say one more bullshit thing about Zohran Mamdani, like saying that he wants to intifada the Jews, which he is not even saying, you're just straight up defaming him. You're done. I mean, you're done already. I can't stand Swalwell, but this is what I mean. We're like, Medicaid cuts do not bode well with the public. It is not something that is split between Republicans and Democrats, okay? And for the first time since the program was created, it is enjoying the most popularity it has ever had. So a bill that is going to be creating the biggest Medicaid cut in history is not a bill that is popular. So every single Democrat who has said that they are, standing up to Donald Trump, that they are fighting for the American people, if they are not out here day and night, going on media shows, speaking to their constituents, showing how they are going to be fighting against this, what they are doing, then they're gone. They're done. They need people in this country. The message that we need to hammer over and over and over again is they have money for war. They have money for Israel. There is always enough money to go kill people in the Middle East, but there's not money for healthcare. And in fact, they are slashing your benefits. They are making it so that it is harder for you to live here in the United States of America. That they are making your lives worse here and also making the lives worse of people overseas in the Middle East with your tax dollars. This is like okay, now we are at the level of doing racism of somebody who's eating food with their hands. Yeah. So this is like, all of these racists are scrambling to find, okay, what's the next thing that we can be, how we can be racist? Like, let's figure out another way to be racist here. And the latest is Zoran eating food with his hands. Wow. This guy seems like he's really a danger. Yeah, I've never eaten food with my hands before. Laura Loomer, who literally ate dog food. She ate dog food with her hands while on stream. There is a video of Laura Loomer eating dog food with her. Okay. Honestly, though, I know, like, this is one of those where it's like, Laura Loomer is so fucking insane. I feel it's not even worth my breath to be like, look at this insanely racist bitch. Look at this insanely racist bitch. Okay, now I want to point this. I want to talk about GILLIBRAND, because Kirsten Gillibrand having to apologize to MAMDANI over her very racist jihad comments. I want to look at this as potentially a sign of a shift in what is acceptable for Democratic politicians to be saying and doing. And the pressure that was put on Kirsten Gillibrand to retract the comments that she made when she lied, when she falsely claimed in a radio interview that Zoran had made, quote, references to global jihad. That is a sign of the public shift. Okay, that is a sign of people who are calling out Democrats for the role that they play in Islamophobia, in trying to block progressive candidates from gaining any power. So I think that this is potentially a positive shift. And this is the type, like, this should show you that the pressure that we apply to our politicians, to people like Kirsten Gillibrand, is working, and we have to keep it up. Gillibrand apologized for mischaracterizing MAMDANI's record and for her tone on the call. When Gillibrand was on WNYC's Brian Lehrer show, a caller to the radio program asked about holding MAMDANI accountable for glorifying Hamas. MAMDANI has declined to condemn people using the phrase globalize the intifada, even though he said he doesn't use it himself, and once wrapped his support for the Holy Land Five. Gillibrand said that Jewish New Yorkers were alarmed by MAMDANI's past statements. And when Lehrer noticed that and by the way, this is what they're doing when they should be fighting the fucking bill. Also, sorry, I know I'm doing a lot of this today. I'm doing a lot of this. This is what Democrats are doing. This is what they're spending their time on when they should be fighting tooth and nail against the big, beautiful bill, when they should be out there informing their constituents, informing voters in this country about how the big, beautiful bill is going to fuck up their lives, make their lives worse. When Lehrer noted that there's no evidence of MAMDANI himself supporting Hamas or violent jihad, she reacted defensively and said she'd like to sit down with MAMDANI and talk through the issues with him. Gillibrand also said he should denounce the phrase globalize the intifada. The senator's comments and tone were met with outrage from MAMDANI supporters, some of whom protested outside her office and called for her resignation. They even earned her an apparent rebuke from Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul, which is surprising. No one should be subjected to any comments that slur their ethnicity, their religious beliefs, and we condemn that anywhere it rears its head in the state of New York. The statement from Hochul came after she was asked by a reporter to comment on the racism that MAMDANI is already facing, including from New York's own Kirsten Gillibrand. Gillibrand had previously backed away from her comment, with her office releasing a statement on Friday saying she misspoke. Gillibrand and MAMDANI had previously spoken by the phone on Wednesday when she congratulated him the day after winning the primary. MAMDANI campaign spokesperson Andrew Epstein confirmed the Monday night call, adding that the apology was accepted and the two agreed to set a path to move forward productively. So is Gillibrand going to endorse him? He is the Democratic candidate for mayor. Because so far, the major power players in New York are not endorsing somebody who is the Democratic candidate for mayor. So what's going on here? Mumblecat, thank you for the 26 months. Okay. What do I watch?
With a campaign relentlessly focused on the needs of working people. Since then, a lot of people have asked me if I was surprised by the results. In some ways, I was. We always thought our victory would come after multiple rounds of ranked choice voting. So when we got more first-round votes than Eric Adams got in 7 rounds in the last election, it was astonishing. But in other ways, this was always the plan. We wanted to rebuild a coalition that had frayed over years of disappointment and neglect, to win people back to a Democratic Party that puts working people first. So let's break it down. Last November, New York City saw some of the biggest shifts towards Donald Trump of anywhere in the country. Much of it took place in working class and immigrant neighborhoods. A few days after the election, we went to Hillside Avenue in Queens and Fordham Road in the Bronx. Not to lecture.
I don't know why her apologizing is seen as a win. Yes, as Caitlin said, it's a good sign that we can start pushing them back off their bullshit. We won't tolerate any less than how left Zoran stands. People who protested outside of Kirsten Gillibrand's office, who were calling for her resignation, that scared her, okay? All of these Democrats should feel scared. They should be facing these pressures that if they do not shape up, we will ship them out. All the Dems must bend the knee to Zoran. Yes. So here's the thing. Kirsten Gillibrand said what she said because she was like, oh, I can say these things and not face any repercussions, because that's just the norm in the US. Like that's how acceptable it is to be Islamophobic. Doesn't matter if you are a random person on Twitter or if you are a Democratic politician from the blue state of New York. So her being held accountable for that and feeling those pressures, that is a good sign. Now, I'm not saying that is like, job done, etc. But I think I'm trying to point to that as a way to inspire people to keep pressuring politicians, to keep calling out how normalized Islamophobia is, to show these Democrats that if they don't get in line with somebody like Zoran, then they're gone.
But to listen. And what we heard was a desire
Her
to bring
ass
down
thought
the
she was
cost
in Tel Aviv.
That was our focus.
Well, the truth is just that's how it goes in the US, right? Like red or blue, the blatant Islamophobia that's just institutionally baked into this country is one that's made a lot of people feel too comfortable with the things that they say. And so what we're seeing is real pushback against that. What we're seeing is people who are embracing, who the person who could potentially be the first Muslim mayor of New York City because of his policies, because what he believes in and what he is, what he's offering to people is popular. So, they're not being held back by Islamophobia because they like what the Muslim guy has to say.
And many of those voters came back. Brighton Beach went for Trump by 44 points. Last week, we won it by 16. College Point.
Even Kathy Hochul is calling out Gillibrand because she's about to get primary and is terrified of Zoran and AOC endorsing her opponent. Yes, AOC has power in New York. AOC is very, very popular, and so is Zoran. He has not yet won the mayoral election, but seeing how he decimated Andrew Cuomo in the primary has establishment Dems feeling scared. And so they have to feel scared. They need to feel scared.
Was a plus 11 Trump neighborhood. We took it by 8 points. We saw similar or even bigger swings in Bath Beach, Astoria Heights, and the North Shore of Staten Island. The headline is clear. We can win back voters many have written off if we give them something to vote for, not just tell them what to be against. When Eric Adams eked out a win by 7,000 votes 4 years ago, he called it a mandate and pronounced himself the new face of the Democratic Party.
And now he's running as an independent.
But in some neighborhoods, he did put up impressive margins. Take Flatbush, for example. Eric Adams dominated there, double digits ahead of his next rival. On Tuesday, there was also a double-digit victory, except it was for us, over Andrew Cuomo. We flipped Crown Heights by 45 points, North Corona by 33, and Jamaica by a staggering 57 points. These are the outer borough voters that Eric Adams said he'd bring with him to City Hall. He served as donors instead. Whether we're talking about young voters, older voters, or just plain disaffected New Yorkers, no campaign in recent history has been as successful at driving new voter registrations, especially in the 100 days before the election. Just take a look at this graph. According to the Times, in the 14 days before the registration deadline, about 37,000 people registered to vote. That's over 10 times the number of new registrations over the same period of time in the 2021 mayoral primary.
Yeah, and you know what Eric Adams is doing? He is attacking Zoran Mamdani's pledge to freeze rent. Okay, the New York City Rent Board just approved a 3% rent increase. That is the type of thing that Zoran is going to be ripping Adams over. As soon as he's already doing it, but they meet face to face at the first debate, and that is the type of thing that he's going to take him to task over, but also at the same time push a rent freeze. Talk about why that is possible and why it is popular with New York City residents.
As a result, we won big with 0 prime voters, New Yorkers who had not voted in any recent mayoral primary. For instance, in Gravesend, at least 32% of all voters were first-time primary voters.
Yeah, also that 3% was a 1-year lease, and it's 4.5% for 2-year leases.
Most campaigns focus on triple primes, New Yorkers who voted in the last 3 primaries. But this strategy ignores most of our city. Yet we knew that we could turn them out if they saw themselves in our policies. We ran a campaign that tried to talk to every
It's going to be renters versus landlords.
आपकी वजह से हमने $8 million raise किया है. 6 लाख से ज़्यादा दरवाजे खटखटाए हैं. Or just tried. Que se comprometa al bienestar. All the words are new! And the coalition that came out on Tuesday reflected the mosaic of these 5 boroughs. We won South Asian neighborhoods by huge margins in places like City Line, Ozone Park, Jamaica Hills. We won Latino neighborhoods like Corona, Washington Heights, Pelham Bay, and Woodhaven. We won many of the same Chinese voters that turned out for Trump in Flushing, Chinatown, and Bensonhurst. And in the final months of the campaign, we narrowed Andrew Cuomo's once sizable lead with black voters, outright winning young black New Yorkers.
Here's the thing, okay? Landlords, real estate tycoons, they have more money, all right? And they're pouring that money into the election. But they're not the majority of voters. There are more renters in New York City than there are landlords, than there are real estate donors.
And neighborhoods like Harlem and Flatbush. Andrew Cuomo and his super PAC spent more than $31 million. That's about $87 per vote. We were focused on affordability, and it cost us only $19 per vote. But what you did for us was worth so much more than what money could buy. The result? We shattered everyone's expectations, including our own. A Cuomo spokesperson put it best, saying they had not foreseen our ability to, quote, expand the electorate in such a way that no turnout model or poll was able to capture. Conventional wisdom says the left can only win low turnout elections. We rewrote the rule book by, get this, talking to New Yorkers. Politics in this city won't ever be the same, and it's all thanks to you. The next chapter begins today, New York.
Yeah, so you know what this campaign showed? Okay, this campaign showed that money does not always win elections. That whoever has more money, whoever has the bigger dollar donors, does not guarantee electoral success. Because Cuomo had he had the super PAC, he had the billionaires. He's gonna have them again, or whoever is going to be seen as the biggest threat to Zoran. But he got his ass kicked. He got his ass handed to him. So myth number one debunked, that money cannot always buy elections. Now, secondly, young people. This idea that young people don't vote, right? That young people, even if they come out to vote, that it's not enough. Well, Zoran's primary election showed that actually that is not the case. That young people actually have power in this country. That when young people vote, they can not only vote at the same rate as older voters, but even higher. So when young people vote, the candidates that young people vote for win. And young people need to feel inspired. I mean, all people need to feel inspired. But Zoran tapped into the energy with young voters because he didn't just because he wasn't some boring entrenched Democrat, and he didn't just go, Andrew Cuomo's bad, look at this guy. He was like, hey, look at me. I'm a young person, and here's how I'm going to make your life better. He spoke to young people, and they came out and voted for him. And this happened with Barack Obama as well. So it's not like a freak accident. It's a matter of having candidates who inspire young people. So guess what? If you're sick and tired of old fucks in this country making the decisions for you, then don't let them. Do not let them. But also, we need to have candidates who inspire young people like Zoran does, who empowers them as well. Absolutely. And the third thing that this election showed is that you do not need to capitulate to Israel. You do not need to capitulate to the sanctioned narrative around Israel, and any comments, any politics that do not align with Israel, being some sign that you will not succeed politically, is simply untrue. And so this should be the bottom line, right? This should be what every single politician is, at minimum, how they treat the issue of Israel. Okay, speaking of, I want to watch this. I want to watch Taylor's comments on Piers Morgan about Bob VYLAN. And where are all the cancel culture people? Where are all the warriors against cancel culture? Because what's happening to Bob VYLAN, what's happened to every artist, every public figure who has spoken out against genocide, is real cancel culture, is being dropped from their agencies, is having their visas revoked, is facing real consequences for not only exercising free speech, but being against genocide. Like, it's exercising free speech, and that free speech is being against genocide. People are going on TV and straight up lying about him. Straight up, like, here, look at this.
To the IDF, shouted moronic rapper Pascal Robinson Foster at the Glastonbury Music Festival. A posh double-barrel name is perhaps not the best handle for a self-styled Rasta radical, so he goes by the name Bobby VYLAN instead. We'll stick to his real name. As he strutted the stage, shirtless in his white underwear, mouthing his mantra, along with a generous dose of anti-Semitism, the Glasgow crowd dutifully repeated it again and again. I'm not sure what was worse, Mr. Robinson Foster's call for the death of Israeli Defense Forces, or a mindless audience's brain-dead repetition of it. Since the IDF is all that stands between Israel's survival and it being wiped out by its Islamist enemies, to call for the death of the IDF is tantamount to advocating a second Holocaust. No doubt they didn't quite thought from the river to the clue we vouchsafed. Perhaps not so much. For those so challenged, if that is now to be Free Palestine on its iPlayer, that has provoked a second row, with some demanding the BBC be charged for disseminating hate speech. The BBC will now have to explain why it decided to stream Mr. RF live rather than as pre-recorded and suitably edited for broadcast, or if live, why not on a delay? And given none of that was in place,
Meep beep, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Why did nobody pull the plug? Avon and Somerset Police are investigating Mr. Robinson Foster for hate speech. Inevitably, there are those saying that if people can be jailed for moronic tweets, as they have been, then he should be banged up too. I wouldn't hold your breath. Yesterday, we learned that the kneecap numpties will not be charged over a November 2023 video in which they said, quote, "The only good Tory is a dead Tory. Kill your local MP." Maybe the Twitter Sweeney would have been more resolute if they tweeted it. Kneecap followed Mr. Robinson Foster at Glasgow. We've come a long way from the summers of love in the 1960s, which kicked off the modern mania for pop festivals. Now they seem more blighted by hatred than uplifted by love. I was going to say that they sometimes seem to have more in common with a Nuremberg rally. But even the Nazis did not scream, "Death to the Jews, death to the Jews."
Yeah. Okay. So what they're doing here is they're doing the anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. They're doing the saying death to the IDF, saying death to a military force that is carrying out genocide, that has committed every war crime under the sun, is the same as saying death to the Jews, which no, it is not. So this is just a lie. This is a lie. This is purposeful defamation. This is intentionally trying to, this is doing the, criticizing the IDF now is anti-Semitism. If you say death to the IDF, then that's the same thing as saying death to the Jews, which no, it is not. No, it is absolutely not. And think about like, somebody saying death to ISIS. Should now we say that saying death to ISIS is being Islamophobic because death to, ISIS claims to represent that they're representative of Islam. And so ISIS being a terrorist entity, a group, a force that has committed many, many war crimes saying that is being Islamophobic? Of course not.
Well, critics of the Furore say it's free speech, but free speech can still have consequences. Bob Vylan were dropped by their agents today. The United States has revoked their visas. They're also now facing a criminal investigation, which
seriously, if somebody is committing war crimes, if a group is committing war crimes, you're not allowed to call for the end of that? Like, is that what now how things go? Is this going to be the standard? So any military forces that are slaughtering civilians, that there is no there's just no way to condemn that.
It's probably a step too far, but the free speech defense seems to be at odds with another Brit who made global headlines, Lucy Connolly, who's currently serving a 31-month jail term for incendiary social media posts, which she deleted within a few hours. And does free speech only apply to people who go to music festivals. Joining me to debate all this and a lot more, the Israeli author and influencer Hen Mazik, comedian James Barr, commentator Esther Krakow, and from the United States, Taylor Lorenz, the founder of the User Mag newsletter and culture commentator Farah Khalidi. Welcome to all of you. Taylor, let me start with you because you reposted somebody who said this: if you think death to the IDF is a bad thing.
I'm sorry, but these two right here, it's giving Timu Hassan and Tyler Oakley. I'm sorry. Hen Mazik, and I don't even fucking know this guy's name.
To say or chant.
It's giving that.
You don't get to describe yourself as anti-fascist going forward. Why did you repost that?
Timu Oakley.
Yeah, I repost tons of commentary on news events, basically. So I was sort of resharing, which is something that I do a lot on my meme page. I kind of just reshare a lot of discourse. I think one thing that's being really lost in all of these conversations is that the Israeli military is committing genocide.
Yes.
And so I completely understand why people are upset about anyone sort of calling for death, but it's important to recognize that the reason that they're calling for death to this sort of amorphous military entity is because that military entity is currently slaughtering babies and committing genocide in Gaza. And so these people that are very outraged that thousands of music goers at Glastonbury would repeat that phrase, I think that they should recognize that if they want to stop people from amplifying those messages and stop people from feeling, that we should destroy the IDF, they should advocate for the end of the genocide.
And in the Iraq War, for example, in 2003, if they chanted death to the British Army and the US military.
People were. First
No,
of all,
no,
people
if thousands-
were.
It's no, the visuals is because leftist visuals. That's what happens.
The people had done that at a music festival. You'd have thought that was acceptable too.
Well, I never said anything was acceptable, but if you remember, Piers, during the Iraq War, people were chanting "Death to America," right? I'm smart enough to understand.
No, but
that
I'm
that
talking about
doesn't mean-
specifically talking about death to soldiers, right? You know, I've got a lot of military in my family. The idea. Well, hang on. The idea to me that you target in the.
Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. If the IDF were simply peacekeeping, okay, which is impossible given the fact that they are defending a settler colonial state, so thereby it's just impossible to be simply a peacekeeping force. But if the actions of the IDF were not that of extreme war crimes, of targeting civilians, of genocide, then that's a different story. But they are a genocidal military entity. They are a military force that is committing genocide. So if you condemn genocide, which you should, then you must condemn the forces that are carrying out that genocide, and you must call for an end to them.
The way that this rapper did.
Also, Taylor cannot get a word in. She just straight up cannot get a word in here.
The military who are doing the dirty work for their government, that you say death to all of them, when actually
they're death to the military.
Well,
Death
they're being instructed by their government to do what they're doing. Is my point.
Well, right, exactly. So we should end the genocide. And yes, people are going to, if a military entity is committing a genocide.
Yes, and what is being discussed here is calling for an end to an institution, right? Calling for an end to not individuals, but for an end to the forces, like the entire force that is carrying out genocide.
Yes, they want death to that military entity. Again, that military entity is currently slaughtering innocent babies. We found out Haaretz reported just last week that they were knowingly...
weren't talking about an entity. They were talking about the soldiers. They wanted death to the IDF soldiers.
No, they didn't say death to the IDF soldiers. They said death to the IDF. Again, the IDF is a military entity. If people would like the public to change their sentiments around the IDF, they should advocate
What
for
do
the
you
end
think
of
the
genocide.
IDF is?
It's a military organization. Again, if people want that, people are very angry at right now because this military organization is currently slaughtering children and committing genocide. So anybody that wants more positive sentiment towards the IDF should encourage the IDF to stop killing innocent
All right, so
civilians.
before I go to Hen, just to be clear, do you think he had a right to do what he did, and should there be any punishment?
It's also insane because any other group besides that which is carrying out the interests of the state of Israel and, of course, by proxy, the United States of America, any other group absolutely would be condemned. There would not be this media circus around, oh my God, how evil is this? How evil is this to be saying this about a military entity that is committing genocide against a population that is half children? Like, that's the reality here. Love how she isn't straying from the most important aspect. Right, because she knows that she is right. And she knows what they are trying to do is distract from the reality here. They are trying to pivot away from the fact that the IDF has been carrying out for the last 630 days a genocide on the Palestinian people. That just today, or in the last 24 hours, they bombed and sniped people who were at a cafe. That since the end of May, they have killed over 600 Palestinians and maimed thousands more who were specifically waiting at aid centers. And they have admitted to that. They have said that they have been ordered to kill Palestinians at aid centers, that they are intentionally opening fire on crowds of desperate Palestinians waiting for aid. Like, this is the entity that we are talking about.
And the way he's been dropped by his agents, he's been dropped from his visa application and so on. Do you think he was entitled to do what he did?
Well, I mean, listen, Piers, I'm a huge supporter of free speech. I think it's terrifying the way that...
Even when people talk about killing people.
Oh my God. People talk about killing people when it's like, oh, what is the great moral problem here? Right? Like, what is the actual moral issue here? Is it this call for an end to a genocidal military organization? Or is it an actual genocide that is being carried out?
Well, he said death to a military entity. But what I would say is the criminalization of speech that we've seen in the UK is very concerning to me. Just the way that I feel like criminalization of speech, even speech that I don't agree with in the US, is also concerning to me. I don't think arrested or charged with these sort of speech crimes.
All right, but let's go to Hen. Mazi, your response to that?
Timu Hassan.
Yeah, I think she's consistent, because I remember her Taylor posting once that young people in America don't think that 9/11 happened in a vacuum. I think that's the sort of approach that she has to all of it. But personally, I think that those people every Jew I know felt the same way, that the Gladsbury fans were calling for the death of Israeli soldiers. What we hear when we hear death to the IDF is that the only line of defense between Jews and another Holocaust should be eradicated. And we know that it's fact, because on October 7th, when the IDF wasn't prepared to what happened in Gaza, we saw the results. And thank God they came on time.
What he's saying is the IDF is the only line of defense between this theoretical second Holocaust of Jews, when what is actually the reality is that the IDF is committing a Holocaust, but against the Palestinian people, that they are committing genocide in reality. But of course, that doesn't matter. But of course, to Timu Hassan, that does not matter. What matters is the protection of a military organization under the orders of a fascist state to enact a genocide on the Palestinian people. 109 Palestinians were murdered today, as our political and media class are talking about how what Bob Vylan did and what people at Glastonbury did was like, a sign of the end times, was anti-Semitism, was like, now we're going to see a second Holocaust of the Jewish people, when like what's happening in the real world, What just happened today is the actual mass slaughter, the genocide of Palestinian people.
Time to stop it from happening all over. By the way, did anyone ever chanted death to Hamas in those festivals?
Oh, you know what Israelis chant? They'll chant death to Arabs. Do you know what Israeli politicians say? They talk about children of Palestine being their enemies. They are very specific about talking about death to Palestinians, death to Arabs. And also they say death to Hamas all the time. What are you fucking talking about? What is bro even saying? Why are you really going to sit here and act as if this isn't something that like is mainstream? Calling for an end to Hamas, let alone calling for death to Arabs? Calling for the eradication of Palestine? Like this is being said out of the mouths of people like Benjamin Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir. People in power in Israel and also in the US.
Why is it even happening? It was truly disgusting to so many of us. And I mean, I think that
they call Palestinian children the children of the darkness.
Those artists that are using this conflict and this war to become famous. I never heard about Bob Vylan. I don't know if you did before, or even Kneecap. I just heard about them in this context. Never heard about them before. But I think artists are using it to become relevant again, even though they're not. And I think it's really troubling. And it's even more troubling that governments are allowing supporting of terror.
Yeah, I love this idea that artists are advocating for Palestine to become relevant again when we see the repercussions of doing so. When it's like the state will bring down their judicial hammer upon you. Like, what are you even talking about?
Terrorism in this way.
Taylor, let me bring Taylor back here. Do you agree that free speech does not come without accountability? Otherwise, you can say what you want to say, and he did, and he got what he wanted, a blaze of publicity, a blaze of headlines. But now he's feeling the icy chill of accountability dropped by his agency, United Talent Agency.
Really? Because I saw him post this. I saw Bob Vylan post this. Not the first, not the last. Today, a good many people would have you believe a punk band is the #1 threat to world peace. Last week, it was a Palestine pressure group. The week before that, it was another band. We are not for the death of Jews, Arabs, or any other race or group of people. We are for the dismantling of a violent military machine. A machine whose own soldiers were told to use, quote, unnecessary lethal force against innocent civilians waiting for aid. A machine that has destroyed much of Gaza. We, like those in the spotlight before us, are not the story. We are a distraction from the story. And whatever sanctions we receive will be a distraction. The government doesn't want us to ask why they remain silent in the face of this atrocity, to ask why they aren't doing more to stop the killing, to feed the starving. The more they talk about Bob Vylan, the less time they spend answering for their criminal inaction. We are being targeted for speaking up. We are not the first. We will not be the last. And if you care for the sanctity of human life and freedom of speech, we urge you to speak up to Free Palestine. Wow, those really sound like people who are a danger to like humanity rather than being defenders of humanity.
Had his visa revoked and so on, which will affect the tour that he was planning to do, or that they were as a group. I mean, do you think that that is appropriate punishment if you incite violence?
And it's also like saying death to American imperialism, right? Bring an end to the American imperialist machine that has caused so much suffering, so much death and suffering for people in this world. Like, calling for an end to that doesn't mean saying death to individual American people. Just like saying death to white supremacy does not mean like killing all white people. I can't believe we're even having to have this argument because this is all a distraction, right? Like, that's the point. The point is to distract from what the IDF and what Israel continues to do. They murdered over 100 Palestinians just today. As we're sitting here having to be like, wow, yeah, so the IDF is a genocidal military organization. Like, oh, that we're having to push back on the fact that this is not a call to kill all Jews in this world. Absolutely not. And in fact, we are the ones who are trying to separate the actions of the IDF from Jewish people, because it is anti-Semitic to lay the responsibilities, the genocide that is being committed by this organization upon the feet of all Jewish people. And all of this just being a distraction from the actual violence that is occurring. It is not theoretical violence. It is not a hypothetical Holocaust. It is real. Funny how leftists have to constantly clear things up, and yet libs and hogs can create discourse out of a brown man eating with his hands. I love how fair and balanced everything is, and then that brown man has to smile and explain something that was never wrong to begin with.
I think what Hen said about how, artists are doing this for publicity, I disagree with that, because it's not beneficial to their careers. Well,
it can be. Kneecap have seen massive ticket sales.
And here's the thing, okay? They are fully aware of what their responsibility is as Zionist propagandists. They know that a televised genocide is not a popular thing, okay? They know that children being mass slaughtered and starving to death is not popular. So they know what they have to distract from it. I mean, when shortly after Israel started committing genocide against the Palestinians, there were all hands on deck calls at major organizations like talent agencies in Hollywood, where they were basically like, look, people are going to start seeing pictures of dead children, and that's not great, right? So we have to make sure that we stay on message here. We have to make sure that we do, we don't allow people to become emotionally swayed by the horrific images that they are seeing, because the images of dead kids, it's not easy to defend, even though you see people constantly still doing it. Within months of the genocide beginning, an ex-PM of Israel was sent to the States to deal with the social media uprising. Yes, because we live in the internet age. There has been, despite the murdering of over 250 journalists and media workers, preventing major media organizations from entering Gaza, there is still so much that has come out that shows the genocide being committed against Palestinians. And that is for Zionists, that is a difficult thing to have to counter, because people don't like seeing dead kids. They don't. It doesn't matter the political affiliation you might have. Dead children are not something that the average person is cool with. Which is why they try to distract by saying things like, trying to make things about slogans. When I said your average person, okay, there are obviously sick fucks out there who are like, oh yeah, no, these children are terrorists, are evil. But I'm talking about your average person, which is why we have seen a shift overall in public sentiment towards Israel. Because people can only see so many dead kids before they're like, this is awful. I don't support this. I don't want this. Right?
Despite being banned from various places. In fact, when you get banned, it tends to have the opposite effect, which is probably what will happen with these guys.
I think losing out, the way that musicians make money is primarily through touring, especially if you're a small musician. And if you suddenly can't tour and you're shut out of the largest market in the West, which is America, I do think that will have a significant impact, on his career. I just want to say again that we need to keep the focus on the genocide. I mean, we had hundreds of Israelis chanting death to Arabs, right? Which was completely shocking. Just,
condemned by everyone.
Well, I certainly didn't see a lot of the people that are freaking out about Bob VYLAN speaking in the same way.
You should follow me, because you would see the post that I made calling this out, as well as the Israeli government itself that has issued condemnation of it.
Okay, well, that's good to hear that they did that. Now what they should do next
You
is
should
stop.
follow me. Yeah, you should follow Hen Mazig if you want to see his obsession with Matt Bernstein. This guy was like the biggest fan of Matt Bernstein. And since Matt like started using his platform to advocate as an anti-Zionist Jewish person against the genocide and against the actions of Israel, Hen Mazig has like obsessively locked on to Matt. And so, yeah, if you want to see an obsessive fan who is so like parasocially addicted to now coming after this person because they are against fascism, then follow Hen Mazig.
Stop the genocide. Again, if people want the public and these artists to have more positive sentiment towards the Israeli military forces,
I
then
don't
they
think
need
anyone
to.
wants positive sentiment. I don't know why you twisted it around. We're saying we don't want anyone to call for the death of anyone. I mean,
Okay,
if you are
want people to
advocating for
call for
against
the death of
genocide and you don't
Okay, you don't want anyone calling for the death of anyone. How do you feel about not just rhetoric, but actual action? Action that is genocide. Like, that's the thing here. And I tweeted about this earlier. Where I wrote, you know, the next time someone tries to be like, do you condemn like Bob Vila? Do you condemn this slogan? Just cut them off and be like, do you condemn genocide? Do you condemn an occupying force carrying out genocide? Do you condemn the fact that Gaza is the most dangerous place in the world for children? Do you condemn that Israel has created the largest cohort of child amputees in history? Do you condemn Palestinians being slaughtered intentionally at aid sites while they are desperately waiting for food? Do you condemn what Israel is carrying out, what they are doing to the Palestinian people? Do you condemn the United States allying with this and sanctioning the genocide? Like, just fucking turn it around on them, right? It's like, oh, here you are talking about words. How about these actual actions? How about what we are seeing and what we have been seeing for over 630 days? Do you condemn that? Because they don't. They don't. Do you condemn Israel? No, they don't.
want people to be killed, how can you turn around and say at the same breath that you think chanting for death should be contextualized somewhere?
Yeah, and you say, why are we even talking about this when the most important, the biggest thing here is that an actual genocide is being carried out, and all of this other shit is a distraction, and you know it is. You know it is because you want to be able to protect a genocidal state and allow them to keep doing this as we are speaking, them carrying out yet another mass murder of Palestinians who are waiting for aid. That is what you are doing here. None of this matters in the face of real dead children. Like, what are they even doing? They're doing distraction. That's what they're doing. They're trying to like straw man. They're arguing with fallacy. They are just doing everything they can to distract from the real issue here. Last beta, thank you for the 16 months.
Yeah, because again, if an army is committing genocide and slaughtering babies and creating the highest rate of child amputees in the world, and if that is what they have done for months and years now, and then the public is rightfully outraged about that
calling
genocide.
for their death, that's the issue. It's not.
Calling
we're
for
not. So you.
See, he just said it. Calling for their death is the issue, not genocide.
Calling for the death of a military entity that is currently committing
No,
genocide.
Taylor, you can't keep saying that.
It's a compulsory army.
You don't even believe that when you're saying it.
Yeah.
If they say death, death to the British Army,
Oh,
no one's taking that as
I'm
meaning
so
the
enraged
institution.
just watching
They're
this.
taking it as meaning British
fucking,
soldiers.
He's fucking smirking because he knows this whole panel is against Taylor. He knows this whole panel is on the side of enabling genocide. That like this is what they're doing here. They're like, so really what the issue is that they're calling for the death of these soldiers, and blah, blah, and Taylor keeps trying to bring it back to the genocide, which they are trying to avoid.
When people say death to America, they mean death to American imperialism that is subjugated them.
No, they don't. They mean death to Americans.
No, they, you motherfuckers, you know that's not true. You know that's not true. You know that is not true.
very generous.
Ask the supreme leader of Iran what they mean. They'll
I don't
tell
think you
exactly.
even believe this as you're saying it,
16
Taylor, do you?
months. Thank you for all you do as always,
they didn't say
Caroline.
death to Israelis. They said death to the IDF. Again,
Who are
military
Israelis?
genocide.
It's a compulsory service. We have to join the army in Israel.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that like there's nothing you can do to avoid committing war crimes. That like, oh no, I have to carry out genocide because I have mandatory conscription. Guess what? A fucking Taylor Swift stan refused to join the military. A Taylor Swift stan could do it. And you know what this is giving? Yeah, it's giving I'm just following orders. Do you think that Nazis didn't say that? They absolutely did. You remember the Nuremberg trials? Remember how we had fucking trials for people who, soldiers of Nazi Germany who carried out genocide against the Jews? And you want to know what they said? They said I was just following orders. I didn't want to do it. I had to. I was forced to.
You can choose to not join the army, of course.
Of course, and go to prison.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So 1 year in prison, 1 year in prison is so much worse than being a part of a genocidal organization. Because objectively, no. No. There are multiple studies on the just following orders thing. Of course. This is a key method to conducting genocide. By the way, distraction is part of destruction. Yes, this is, isn't it like 30 days of, it's not always 1 year of prison. It can be up to a year of prison, but it's not, and sometimes people don't even get a prison sentence. But regardless, this is a moral issue, right? This is a moral issue where you cannot hide behind something like military conscription to justify conducting genocide, to like playing a role in a genocide. Like you cannot morally hide behind, oh, well, we have to serve in the Israeli Defense Forces. There are groups of Israelis, activist groups that refuse conscription. There are like Bar Raffaeli, not that she refused because she is like pro-Palestine in any regard. She refused to go. She's like, I have celebrity things to do. Bar Raffaeli refused to join the IDF because she's like, I am a celebrity and I have celebrity things to do.
Between participating in a genocide and slaughtering innocent babies and consciously objecting.
Yeah, but my point, look, Taylor, my point would be, I have a lot of criticism of what the Israeli government is doing in Gaza right now. I think it's gone way beyond self-defense. I've said this publicly. I'm getting hammered for it.
Oh, wow. You're such an ally. You're so wonderful,
side,
Piers.
which is fine. I don't care. I got hammered by the extreme pro-Palestinians earlier in this war. It doesn't matter. I try and be intellectually honest. And
well,
in this
you're being
case,
very intellectually
I can quite easily be
dishonest.
critical of what Netanyahu's doing in Gaza and say it's gone way too far and it has to stop. And at the same time, recognize that having a rapper on a stage...
Yeah, do you know what you're doing there? You're equating those two things. You are saying that Bob VYLAN going on stage and saying death to this genocidal military organization is the same thing as Netanyahu, who is the leader of Israel, carrying out a genocide. Like one is a chant at a music festival. One is an actual genocide. And you are saying that those two things are the same. Like, so that's the thing, right? It's like, let's just stop for a moment. Let's stop for a moment and not even need to defend what Bob VYLAN chanted on the merit of like this not being calling for the death of Jews, this not being like calling for the death of individuals, this being calling for an end to the, to this genocidal organization. Let's not even do that. There is one that is words, that is saying something on stage, and there is one that is actually happening, like the act of genocide being carried out.
an English music festival chanting death to the IDF. It's also disgusting and should also be condemned outright by everybody. And if people can't condemn it, and all due respect, if you try and twist it into, well, he was just talking about the institution, not about individual IDF soldiers.
Okay, so do you support the actions of the IDF genuinely? Do you think that the IDF should not face any, should just keep existing as they do, should keep carrying out genocide?
Just come off it.
But also, individual IDF soldiers are committing genocide. Individual IDF soldiers are committing war crimes. And again, we need
They
to
are
keep
doing what they're doing at the behest of their government, as all military do. It would be like saying individual soldiers.
So essentially, if you join the military, you are not responsible for any war crimes. So therefore, I guess then Piers is going to have to turn around and use that same argument for extremist Islamist terrorist groups, ones that have are founded on violence, that are military forces, and that are genuinely committing war crimes and causing harm to civilians. That like the Taliban, okay, so people who join the Taliban, they have to join the Taliban or whatever. Like, are we just going to apply this argument to then to groups like the Taliban and Al Qaeda and ISIS
in Iraq from Britain were the real problem, when in fact the problem was the government that sent them?
I think the problem is the government, and the problem is the people that support the government. The problem is
but soldiers don't get a chance. You don't get a chance. You sign up to your military and you do what you're told.
Okay, again, I do think that we need to remember that there is a genocide happening, and all of these people that are anti-death.
But that's kind of irrelevant. It's kind of irrelevant to what we're talking about. When no one's talking about what you think is a genocide, what other people think is
He just said the genocide is irrelevant. Like, there it is right there. There it is right there, where they're like, no, this isn't about the genocide doesn't matter. The genocide doesn't matter because that's secondary. That's secondary to this. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh yeah. I mean, that's just that's just enabling consent for genocide by being like, no, that doesn't matter to what we're talking about here, when absolutely it does. That is the point.
Unnecessary slaughter, other people trying to defend it. That is one issue, but that's nothing to do with the right of a rapper.
If we were to bring a case against Israel for genocide, this would be a slam dunk case because it fits every convention. If people don't believe me, they can say my Holocaust. There is a consensus with genocide scholars, including Israeli genocide scholars, that this is a genocide. Like, there is no, it's not something that's up for debate. Like, the people who want to debate this being a genocide are ones who are doing so because they are manufacturing consent for said genocide, because they want to protect Israel, and so Israel can keep carrying out the genocide.
To actively call for the deaths of people.
The reason why people were chanting that at Glastonbury is because there is so much anti-genocide sentiment, because people want the military to stop committing a genocide.
To die.
They want
It's not to stop committing a genocide.
It
they
was
want them to die.
death to the IDF.
Well, I think there are lots of people that agree with you.
And I feel for the average Israeli who's
I don't even know who
watching
that
this
woman is. I think that's the most words that she got in.
Wow, what's the reputation of our country around the world now? It's not good.
And would it ever recover, especially amongst a generation that's now being groomed to be as anti-Israeli as possible? I mean,
okay, yeah, somebody called up The Hague. They were wrong to convict Nazi soldiers. So that argument that Piers is making, that the other people on this panel are making, that many people in the media and in politics are making, is that IDF soldiers are not responsible for the war crimes that they're committing. They're not responsible for genocide because they're just following orders, which is what Nazis said as well, which then, okay, the actions of Nazis who were following the orders of Adolf Hitler, then I guess they're not responsible for the genocide that they enacted, the war crimes that they committed. Like that's what's happening here. That's the argument you want to make? Really?
I mean, if you're under 35, this is something that will scar your memory forever. And that really should be the conversation, as opposed to, you know, cheap celebrities pulling these gimmicks. I'm sorry, there's no one in Gaza that's grateful to Bob Vylan for his roadman geopolitics.
None whatsoever. It's a bit like when Greta
I didn't know that you spoke to every person in Gaza.
got on that stupid boat. It's like,
well, yeah, no, you guys definitely... fuck off. Just straight up fuck off. Fuck off. Like, who the fuck are you? Who are you? Who are you saying there's no person in God? Like, who was that person? Miss, who's calling Bob Vylan a cheap celebrity? Who are you? Anyway, I talked to Taylor about this, and she was saying just how frustrating it was because you can't get a word in when you're the person on the Piers Morgan panel who is there because you are the sole dissenting voice. You know, it gets to a point where you just basically, all you can do is be like, fuck off. Okay, I'm not entertaining this at all. Like, this is not even worthy of entertaining. So just fuck off. Fuck off. Here are my full comments on Piers Morgan about the chant death to IDF. The fact that Piers tried to make the Nazi argument of the IDF are just doing their jobs is appalling. The IDF is currently enacting a genocide slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent children and civilians. The IDF is a genocidal military organization that exists to defend an apartheid ethno-state. The manufactured outrage at Bobby Vylan is an intentional distraction from the deadly genocide that the IDF is currently enacting. It's completely reasonable for people to wish that a genocidal military entity currently slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent babies and civilians would cease to exist. In fact, it's the moral position.
I would say is that saying death to the IDF when that army is currently committing a genocide.
And that's the thing is, like, just like Zoran, you have to stay on message. You cannot back up an inch. Okay. You cannot give them an inch because what they want is to quash this. They want to quash the growing public sentiment that is anti-genocide, that is anti-Israel. So they are not doing any of this in good faith. Listen to them. Listen to them. They are so disingenuous. They are making an argument that would then let Nazis off the hook for the crimes they committed in Nazi Germany. Like, you cannot give them an inch whatsoever.
When there are recorded and verified instances of them firing on unarmed civilians while they're waiting for aid to be distributed, recorded instances of gang rape, children being admitted to hospital with sniper wounds to the skull, I think it is an appropriate expression of rage and disgust.
So in this particular instance, you say, because of what the IDF has done in Gaza, you would say shouting or leading a chorus, death to the IDF is legit. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. The same way it is completely legitimate to say destroy ISIS. These are organizations founded on violence, terrorizing innocent civilians, and it is always appropriate to express one's opposition to that. I don't think that it was anti-Semitic, and nor do I think it was inappropriate for a punk band, when this is a genre associated with pushing the boundaries, to lead a chant at what's effectively a concert.
Okay.
Okay. This is like the Dems being bewildered they can't get support amongst young men instead of listening to them and trying to address things their target audience care about. In this case, the genocide of Palestinians and stopping the IDF, and instead just trying to attack people instead as if it will bring people back. And it's not. Like, people are not, they're not falling for this shit. They're not falling for this shit. They are like there is no way, like, the cat's out of the bag. Okay? There is just no way to erase people's memories and convince
First thing I
them,
would say is that
and convince them that Israel is acting morally here. Like, people have just seen too much death for the last 2 years. Like, they're not falling for it anymore. And yeah, the toothpaste being out of the tube. And the thing is like, IDF soldiers have murdered Israeli hostages. IDF soldiers have killed Israelis. Of course, they have killed many more Palestinians, but when we talk about how they are also a danger to the hostages, it's because they have literally sniped them in the head. They have murdered Israelis. They murdered Israeli civilians on 10/7. Yes, when they were carrying out the Hannibal Directive on October 7th, which meant that they were killing whomever. We know this. Like, this is not something that is that is some type of hypothetical. Like, the IDF ordered the Hannibal Directive on October 7th. And this was a way to, this is a directive that they have to keep their soldiers from being taken hostage, because they do not want them to be used for political purposes for any type of negotiation. But what happened was that, and this was revealed in documents and testimonies, that this was like people being fired on at will. It wasn't just soldiers who were murdered by the IDF. It was also civilians. Like, they were just opening fire. They were dropping bombs. So this is an entity that is not just committing genocide against the Palestinian people, but has also murdered Israelis. This is a video of Bobby VYLAN from 2023. He's been a patriot. Okay, let me watch it.
It's news. It's not just local. It is world fucking news, and we are watching fucking babies being burned. We are watching babies, fucking children, being pulled from the rubble of fucking buildings that have been absolutely leveled after spending days under that. How the fuck can you call yourself a political left-wing band if you are not fucking speaking up for people that have no voice at the moment? It's a cowardly fucking thing. So fuck idols, fuck Sleaford mods, and fuck every single one of those fucking apolitical bands.
This is punk, all right? Anybody who calls themselves a part of the punk scene, who identifies by the politics of punk, if you are not condemning and calling out one of the worst atrocities of our lifetime, then you are simply not punk.
That don't want to fucking speak up when there's something a little bit iffy, a little bit touchy, a little bit sensitive, and you got a fucking bullshit album to sell. Fuck that. We can't fucking respect that at all. Fuck it.
I don't get why you said the next part about the idols. They've been speaking out about the genocide. Oh, sorry. I thought he was... Oh, that's like an actual punk band. This is from 2 years ago, so that's probably why.
This is the prettiest song we've ever fucking written. Because Bob Dylan would rather fucking fight, you fucking cowardly band. I could do this all day long. Sing a song.
I thought he said idols like IDOLS. Like, I heard that as if, like, your idols are not calling out, genocide, then whatever.
A pretty little song, blah, 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 blah. It might be nice. I could do this all day long. Sing.
Yeah, so this was back in this was 2023. So, you know, since then a lot of people have spoken up about you know, to condemn what Israel is doing. Why are we watching this guy? Because he is like dominating the headlines due to what happened at Glastonbury, because our politicians and media don't give a shit about the, say, big beautiful bill that is just passed in the Senate and is going to make the lives of working class people in this country so much worse, and instead are manufacturing all of this outrage as a way to distract from a fucking genocide. Why are you not reading a video? Why are you not reading a video? Oh, grr. Oh. Yeah, because it's what we're talking about, because it's what's dominating news. Why are you not subscribed to the stream? How about that? How about that? Why are you not subscribed to the stream to listen to me reading videos? Here's a, wait, what is this? Oh, here's a remarkable stat showing the Zoran effect. The account Richie Torres hasn't tweeted either the word Israel or Hamas since June 18th, 14 days ago. This is the longest stretch by 7 days that Torres has not tweeted one of those words since October 7th, 2023. So, look, guys, I don't like to get too excited about things. You know, I don't like to count my chickens before they hatch, but for so long it has felt like these politicians are not at all feeling the pressure from the people until really recently, until like really Zoran Mamdani's campaign. And I really hope that this is some type of... Lolo is dooming over Zoran. It makes me sad AF, like, chill, bud. That's why Lolo's not your streamer, okay? Lolo is not your streamer. I am your streamer. I am your streamer, and I am not doomer-pilled. I will never be doomer-pilled. And that is why I'm trying to... I'm just hurt by seeing the doom. I know. So, look. If there are people who spiral online, all right, who will be doomer pilled, and all I say is I just do not think that that is effective, which is why I do not operate that way, and I do things the way that I do things, and I am, you know, trying to point out by showing how, you know, Kristen Gillibrand had to apologize, by showing how, like, people are not buying what the media is trying to sell them over Bob VYLAN. Like, you want to know the other thing? You want to know why they're so mad? Why they are so, like, losing their minds? Because it wasn't just Bob VYLAN. Look at how all, like, the entire crowd at Glastonbury was waving Palestinian flags, was chanting along. Like, that is a huge mass of people. Glastonbury is one of the most popular festivals in Europe. Like, people travel from America to go to Glastonbury. Yes, Chugis, permission to hit the bong. So, and then look at, like... This is not a coincidence. Richie Torres not tweeting the word Israel Hamas right now as Democratic politicians are feeling the heat, as the voters are being like, we're going to fucking primary your ass, as, like, you know, Chuck Schumer and Kathy Hochul and Kirsten Gillibrand and all of these establishment Dems are hearing from their constituents like, hey, fuck you, we're going to primary you. Because we're seeing what a guy like Zoran is doing, what he's offering, and we see how you're opposing him. You are opposing him. And so they, like, politicians are not infallible. Just because they are a part of the party in power, just because they have the money and the entrenched power on their side, they are not infallible. This is scaring the shit out of them. Otherwise, they would not be going out and doing the media circuit. They would not be like trying everything possible to ensure that Zoran loses. They're doing this because they're scared. Because they're scared. As if the crowd at Glastonbury wasn't waiting for a moment like that. Yeah. Do you think that the crowd at Glastonbury felt that way only because Bob Vylan chanted that? Or because there were like tons of Palestinian flags in the crowd? Because individuals at a massive festival where already their politics are anti-genocide. They weren't mad or scared about Bob Vylan chanting it. They're mad and scared about that large crowd enthusiastically chanting it back. 1,000%. 1,000%. So here's the thing, like this always, all of this arguing over slogans, over rhetoric, etc. It all needs to be directed back to the reality of Palestinians enduring genocide. Like that has to be the focus. And we know that the manufacturers of the genocide want to distract from that. They want to they want the conversation to not be about that, because people, your average person is morally not okay with something like genocide. A great quote from Mohammed El-Kurd's Monowise article: as Palestinians, we understand from a young age that the semantic violence we practice with our words dwarfs the decades of systemic and material violence enacted against us by the self-proclaimed Jewish state. A drone is one thing, but a trope is unacceptable. We learn to internalize the muzzle. Yeah, I read that piece. It's great. He also has another amazing piece out in The Nation. Yeah, so where are my cancel culture warriors? Where are my anti-cancel culture warriors? Because what's happening to Bob Vylan is cancel culture. And not only is this a person who is advocating against, atrocities being committed against people, but this is real cancel culture. Anti-corporatist, thank you for the tier 1. We need to make it that it is not acceptable. It is not acceptable to be pro-genocide. We need to make it so that, like, people who support fascism, who support genocide, should not be allowed to do such. And those who are opposed to that should not face consequences for that opposition. Like that's the shift that has to happen. So as a politician, as somebody in power, if you are not opposing fascism, then you no longer get to be in power. Like, it cannot be the norm that fascism, that genocide is acceptable and that opposing those things is not. I don't know why that's not loading. Okay, what did I want to cover next? Oh wait, here's another. Israel's losing the genocide propaganda so hard. The biggest loss for the colonial, genocidal, apartheid ethno state is probably the public opinion. This is irreversible, and Palestine will be free sooner than you genocide fans over here think. This is Amy Taylor of Amel and the Sniffers, who was also at
Now,
Glastonbury.
it's so fucking weird. The left and the right politicians don't believe in anything at all between the two of them. They believe in nothing. I'm thinking about the people in Palestine.
I'm sorry, that is an amazing. Amel and the Sniffers. Amel and the Sniffers. Oh. They are an Australian pub rock and punk band based in Melbourne.
About
Wait, is it Amy L? Amy L and the Sniffers.
all our governments, like we're from Australia, they ain't doing jack shit. I know yours ain't doing jack shit. And I think about schooling and I think about media and I think we don't learn nothing about colonization. We don't learn nothing about sexual education. We don't learn any of the right things. We don't see any of the right things in the media. And so of course most people don't know about this shit. And that's what's so fucked up, because they don't want us to know, and they want us to shut the fuck up. Because if we think about Palestine, then back home in Australia, we think about the indigenous people there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
We think about the fact that us as whiteys, we're the fucking colonizers, and that's so disgusting.
Us as whiteys, we're the fucking colonizers. And the truth is, yeah. The truth is, yeah, because here in the United States, we are still not owning up to the genocide of Native Americans. We are still committing genocide against Native Americans. We are the power in the United States knows that calling out the settler colonialist actions of Israel that are inherently violent in nature means that then a spotlight is put on the US's violent actions, continued violence against the indigenous in this country. Trump is having the park service and museums go back and basically remove any records and stories of genocide that paint America as negatively as we speak. Yes, because they're like trying, no, that history didn't happen. It's why they've been like getting rid of books that talk about that talk about Black history in this country, that they're doing, book burning and shit. They're trying to attack education because they don't want the masses to be informed. Because when you're informed, then you organize and you seek to destroy the systems that keep you oppressed.
And it's so much to hold, but that's the truth, and I thought I'd share that today. It was going to be something way more poetic, but that's just what I said. It's not perfect, but I think it's better to say anything than say nothing at all right now, because shit.
Hell yeah, fucking right. It is better to say something that is, imperfect than to say nothing at all. Like, better to say something than to say nothing. And remember, the people and the institutions, the systems that benefit from your silence, from you thinking, oh, I couldn't possibly speak up against this because I don't know enough, because they're telling me it's too complicated, because I'm afraid that I'm going to be, I'm afraid I'm going to be called stupid, that I'm going to reveal that, like, I don't know everything going on here. No, fuck that. Fuck that. Do you think that the people here who are extremely loud are correct? That it's like, oh, they're here shouting you down, telling you you don't know enough. Do you think that that just because they are louder, just because they are telling you that you're incapable of speaking on this, that they are correct? Well, hold on a second. Let me see. People actually in this chat saying the IDF is as bad as Nazis. I think you got to chill, girl. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm going to tell you something. Did you know that there were connections between early Zionists and the Nazis? Because that might blow your mind, that this is well documented, the collaboration between Zionists and Nazis. So not to mention like just the commonalities of fascism as an ideology. But I think you may be like shocked. Maybe you have no idea. You have no idea that Zionists collaborated with Nazis. Almost sounds like you don't believe in the 6 million number. Did I say that? Did I say that the Holocaust didn't happen? Because it sounds like you're just making shit up. It sounds like you are making shit up because you cannot counter what I am saying. So you're trying to pretend that I'm doing Holocaust denial, you fucking twat. You're a fucking twat. Oh, some Zionists collaborate with Nazis. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, so now I'm correct. Huh, all right. It's not Holocaust denial, you're doing Holocaust equivalency. You literally said, sounds like you don't believe in the 6 million number. Are you a Holocaust denialist? Sounds like maybe you don't believe in the maybe you're the real Holocaust denialist. You know what I'm doing? What I'm doing is making things up because that's what you do. How does it feel? Hey, it sounds like you're a Holocaust denialist. I was saying it sounds like you don't believe in the 6 million number because you were comparing those two things. No, I think actually you don't believe in the 6 million number. I think you don't believe that Zionists collaborated with Nazis. I actually, what I know to be true is that you don't believe that what's happening to Palestinians is a genocide. No, you. Kubrick, let me tell you something. If you have your name as Kubrick because you're some fan of Stanley Kubrick, I'm sorry, but you're not smart enough to understand Stanley Kubrick films. Maybe your name comes from something else, but if Kubrick comes from the fact that you are a fan of Stanley Kubrick's films, you are simply not smart enough to understand Stanley Kubrick's films based on your comments in chat. So you need to change your name. Also, go watch Dr. Strangelove or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. Yeah. So the truth is, chatter, that there's only one of us here for real who's actually doing Holocaust denialism, and it's you. Bye. Oh my God. Here's a Holocaust survivor saying the IOF is like Jennifer, you know, the thing is that person, they're too fucking stupid. They're too stupid. Yeah. It's like, you know what they were doing? They were doing not as many Palestinians have been killed as Jewish people during Nazi Germany. That's what they do, right? Where it's like until 6 million Palestinians are murdered, then it's not a genocide. Because that's their brain dead version of what a genocide is, despite the consensus with actual genocide scholars, of which I will tell you without a doubt that chatter is simply not a genocide scholar. But the consensus of actual genocide scholars, including Israeli genocide scholars, in that what Israel is doing to Palestine is a genocide. They just make, yeah. Holocaust exceptionalism is very destructive. Chatter was doing what you're never supposed to do. Right, but that's what the bar is. It's similar to how like someone will compare the actions of every sex abuser to Harvey Weinstein, where it's like, okay, well, they didn't do exactly what, like, to the scale of Harvey Weinstein, or like they didn't do exactly everything that Harvey Weinstein did, so therefore it's like not bad. And here's the thing, okay? The thing about Gaza is not that big. Gaza is not that big, and Gaza has pretty much been razed to the ground. And the Palestinians who remain in Gaza are starving to death. They're being fired upon at aid sites. Like, the entire health system has collapsed. So we know that the last official number is so far below what the actual death toll is, not to mention the number of injuries, the number of Palestinians who have been maimed, the fact that Palestine has the largest cohort of child amputees is a fact that should pull you up short. That sentence should not exist. And if you at all try to moralize because your definition of war crimes, your definition of genocide is what the Nazis did in Nazi Germany, then you're a bad person. You're also very stupid. Like, you shouldn't speak. You should not speak because you know not of what you speak. Like I say all the time, internet motherfuckers don't know what words mean. This is what happens when people just associate words with random anecdotes and try to use them by pattern recognition instead of just understanding language. And that's the thing too, is like, okay, so it's being stupid, but then it's also being like willfully, it's intentionally trying to create a distraction, which is why that fucking piece of shit was like trying to act as if I'm doing Holocaust denialism. We're like, oh, it's the same thing. You criticize Israel, you'll get smeared as an anti-Semite. There are people who genuinely think that like criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism because they've been so indoctrinated. And then there are others who like know that they are intentionally being they're lying, that they are intending to distract from the real atrocity at hand. This chatter was literally using Nazi talking points to downplay a live streamed ongoing genocide and whitewash its perpetrators while it's all on video. Yes, what they're doing, what they're actually doing is genocide denialism. The very thing. What is it? Every accusation is a confession. It's like, oh, what you're doing is an actual projection, right? Like accusing me of what you are actually doing by denying the genocide of Palestine. And, in doing so, trying to accuse me of doing Holocaust denialism. It's like only one of us is denying a genocide here, and it's not me. The Armenian genocide is estimated to have killed around 1 million people, but according to that chatter, it's not a genocide because it wasn't 6 million. Right. Yeah. The numbers should never be the sole determining factor. And anybody, like, you don't even have to be a genocide scholar to know that that is not how genocide is classified. Is there destruction in whole or in part of a community? That is genocide. Right. But people who are too fucking stupid, who are just repeating propaganda or who are willfully being obtuse will try and say that definitionally a genocide is based on the number, and that number is 6 million because that's how many Jews were killed in the Holocaust, and that's the only genocide that's ever happened. And so therefore that is the barometer for genocide. Like, genocide is always maximum evil. Absolutely. And there is no like, oh, well, this genocide's not as bad because the population of people who were genocided was smaller than a larger population that was also like, that is insanity. That is so morally corrupt, so morally bankrupt to do genocide comparisons and say, oh, well, more people were killed in this genocide versus this genocide. So therefore, that genocide is not as bad. It's like genocide, the act of genocide is objectively evil. Like that, just no ifs, ands, or buts. The barometer for genocide is genocide. Like it is one of the greatest atrocities that humans commit against other humans in this world. Like there is no comparing and contrasting in a way to try and reduce the evil of one genocide by comparing and contrasting it to another. But that's what people will do, right? Like that's why they act as if they'll say like the fascism that ruled Nazi Germany was unique, when it's like, they say that as a way to try and paint Nazis as uniquely evil, and therefore like any comparisons made to Nazi Germany, any parallels drawn is simply couldn't, no, you can't do that because of the Nazis being uniquely evil. What is this fucking person? Oh my God, what the hell? Now we just got some psycho. What the hell, man? Okay, I need to take a little break. Hannah, thank you for the 10 months. Beef Boy, thank you for the tier 1. Maybe I should just stream in the morning. I can't decide if like the freaks are more at night or in the morning. I feel like they're, well, also I stream more at night though, so that would be affecting my perception of there being more freaks at night. I don't think freaks know any type of time frame, The freaks come out at night. I don't think that they are held back by any time zone, is what I would say. I don't know. I feel like I also just have more energy in the morning to take on the freaks. Maybe that's what it is as well. There's something about it being the start of day where I'm like, okay, versus at nighttime where I'm like, can you guys just stop? Can you fucking take a break, please? Can you just go do anything else? Literally anything else. Why is that chapstick half the size of your face? Because it's iconic. Because chapstick, you should be able to apply in one swipe. Upper and lower lip. You should be able to unchap both at the same time. All right. What are we going to talk about next? I still got to talk about the Sean Combs trial updates. This will cheer you up. Let me see.
Want to be like God. Eric is your mayor. We're getting W's now. We need a mayor of swagger. I'm the Biden of Brooklyn. I wake up in the morning at some time and look at myself and I give myself the finger. I'm Gandhi-like. I think like Gandhi. I act like Gandhi. I want to be like Gandhi. This is life.
You know the thing about Eric Adams is he is legitimately stupid. He is... Whoa, this guy seems qualified. Eric Adams gives like dumb Twitch chatter energy.
Everyone that knows me, they know one thing.
But he is an actual stupid person. I'm not excusing the harm he has caused. But there are like evil people who are smart, unfortunately, who are savvy. Eric Adams is just He's a fucking dumbass.
I hate rats. Some of the same folks are criticizing us now called me a murderer because I was killing rats. Well, you know what? We're going to kill rats. New York City is the Islamabad of America. We've gone through so many crises in our lifetime, from 9/11 to the Great Depression. This is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center to a person who's celebrating a new business that's open. You know, bring your boo to a restaurant. You know, somebody you're trying to, keep your marriage together. Little outdoors will help.
Hear from Eric.com.
But I think rain also increases our population. People stay home and they reignite their love affair. Does Eric eat fish? Does he eat a hamburger? Does he do this? Does he do that? The problem wasn't the molded pizza. The problem was the pizza. Vegans eat Oreos and they drink Coca-Cola. I don't. I am the pilot, folks, and you are all passengers. Stop praying for me to crash the plane. Pray for me to land the plane, because there's no parachutes on this plane. We're all going down together.
Wait, so what you're saying is that with you in power, we're all gonna die? We're all going down together? Oh, that doesn't sound good. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. You do not want Eric Adams flying the plane, is what I will say. Okay, you do not want him flying the plane.
Eric is your mayor. We can.
Hogan, thank you for the the gifted sub. To Eric Adams, who, he sure could use the free sub. I think Turkey has pulled the plug. Bob Villain, short ass edit. Not control what people on the internet do. And they know that. Like, the memes, the TikToks, all the posts, they can't stop it. I mean, they tried to ban TikTok. They thought they could that way. EW, I'm sorry. That link is broken. That is a broken link. I tried to click it. Okay. All right. Okay, let's look at what is happening. Where did that go? Jury.
Casey.
Okay, so y'all, it has been like less than 2 months of the Sean Combs trial, where he has been charged with multiple counts, including transportation to engage in prostitution, sex trafficking, and racketeering. And the jury reached a verdict on all but one count. Now, the verdict has not been announced yet. And there are, of course, opposing opinions on the speed with which the jury reached their verdict, and also the fact that they have reached a verdict on everything except the racketeering conspiracy charge. But I guess when it came to this charge, that they were unable to reach a consensus, and so they will be returning. They will be returning to the deliberating over this charge tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow is Wednesday. So their decision has not been announced on the charges that they have reached a verdict on.
We have a verdict. We have a verdict from the jury. In the Sean Diddy Combs trial, we're told they sent a note just a few moments ago that the jury has reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5.
So there's a couple possibilities here, and obviously we will know when we know, but there's a couple possibilities. One being that they have found him guilty on these charges, maybe all of them or at least one of them, but they cannot, because they found him guilty on those charges, they cannot decide upon the racketeering charge. Or there's the option that they did not find him guilty. They did not believe that the prosecution met the bar to prove that Sean Combs had engaged in sex trafficking, that he had, that this went beyond domestic violence and in fact was sexual abuse of the nature of trafficking, that potentially they found him not guilty of that. And so now they're trying to like get him on one of these charges, the last being the racketeering charge. Right. So racketeering pertains to this being a broader criminal enterprise. So if he is not found guilty of sex trafficking, perhaps trying to find him guilty of having a broader criminal enterprise and doing things like drug distribution. So
they are unable
we'll see,
to reach
basically.
a verdict on count one, as we have jurors with unpersuadable opinions on both sides. Now, to break that down, count one is RICO, the most complex charge here that could come with up to life in prison. The remaining charges include 2 counts of sex trafficking, 1 for each victim, Cassie Ventura and a pseudonym named Jane, and the last 2 in terms of translation into the form of prostitution. So we now know that on the RICO charge, it appears that the jury presently is hung. We do not yet know what the verdict is in the remaining counts, but suffice to say, over the last 7 weeks, the prosecution has been trying to persuade a jury of now 12 people.
Fast verdicts historically mean guilty, but they thought the same with the OJ case, so who knows? And also the fact that like they have not reached a verdict on the most serious charge that he faces, which is racketeering, but because that carries the lengthiest prison sentence. Racketeering, you can face up to life in prison. So again, like it's hard to know until we actually know. And it could be that they quickly reached a guilty consensus on the lesser charges, the lesser charges being lesser because they carry a lesser prison sentence. And now they're fighting over whether or not they're going to convict him on the most serious charge that he is facing.
With the alternates out, that John Diddy Combs should serve the rest of his life in prison based on 5 felony counts. Now, the jurors are not to consider in any way, shape, or
are those, yes, federal charge, yes.
Form the potential sentence, but this is huge. We are now the 2nd day of deliberations. It has been a little more than, 10, 12 hours of deliberation, including notes, lunch breaks, and an overnight deliberative process. And here we have right now all these notes in between. We are waiting for the verdict, but also the judge to make a decision on count 1 and whether they should continue to deliberate, given called with the Allen charge, meaning go back and deliberate until you are most assuredly and precisely and finally hung. But according to these jurors, count 1, the RICO charge, appears to be the one where they...
The other thing is that even if he's found guilty of 1 or more charges, not found guilty for racketeering, it's not a guarantee that he is going to... It's not a guarantee that he's going to go to prison. The analysis I've been seeing is that it's likely they found him guilty of at least one of the other charges, because if they found him not guilty on all the other charges, then the RICO charge would go out the window, because without the other charges, there's not enough evidence for the RICO charge. Yeah, I mean, my hope is that that is the case, but it also could be that they have found him guilty on a charge that carries the least, that is like the least serious.
They do not have unanimity among the 12.
Yeah, Laura, let me, thank you so much. This is huge breaking news here that this verdict is beginning to come in. And of course, I say beginning because as you've outlined, the major charge 1, you say they are essentially hung. Can you explain a little bit more about, just for those of us who don't do what you do every single day, I'm familiar with a hung jury, but you seem to be saying that the judge has some options here and that this may not be the end of the story. Can you just explain that a little more precisely?
Of course. When you have a federal jury or you have a jury, you want to have a unanimous opinion and decision about guilty or not guilty. And we do not yet know what that is. But jurors can sometimes say, we've reached an impasse, we haven't made up our minds, we are essentially stalled on this particular charge. And the judge may say, have you done all that you can to ensure that you have considered all the elements, that you've weighed all of the considerations, that everyone has reached their final conclusion? At that point, which is called an Allen charge, the jury might say, you know what, Your Honor, we haven't actually thought of that. We can give it one more try. Or they might very well say, Your Honor, we're coming to you about the rest of them because this is the one that we are hopelessly deadlocked on. No additional time is necessary or will yield any alternate conclusion of unanimity or a decision. So
I fear that if he is found guilty of any charge, it will be charges related to prostitution, which are the least serious charges, and that the charges of sex trafficking as it relates to Cassie as well as Jane, that the jury feels that the jury may feel as if the prosecution did not prove that Cassie and Jane were forced against their will, that they were forced, that it was non-consensual what was done to them. And therefore they were not victims of sex trafficking.
So now the judge has to deal with that.
Like, I fear that there is still the kind of general belief that sex trafficking is you kidnap somebody a la Taken and sell them to like a secret cabal of wealthy sex buyers, versus like the situation with Cassie and Jane being that they had a relationship with Diddy, that they'll look at that as, oh, they could have left at any point and they never did. And so that's not sex trafficking. Like, yeah, he was abusive. Sure. We saw the video of him beating Cassie in the hotel room and like verbally beating her, but that's not the same thing as sex trafficking.
If that's the case, if this jury says that we are officially hung on one charge and we have a verdict on the rest, well, the prosecution, who has the burden of proof and will always have a burden of proof in a trial, as they should, will have a discussion among themselves. Do they insist that they go back again and deliberate, or do they learn the verdict on the rest of the remaining charges? Right now, we do not know, but we're told from Kara Scannell, who has been inside of this courtroom, that the tension is thick, that the lawyers were surrounding Sean Diddy Combs, that he had his hands clasped in his lap. Remember, his family has been here, his mother here today. Just earlier today, Kara even overheard Sean Diddy Combs saying to his mother, just relax, it's gonna be all right. Well, now we're waiting to see what that verdict will be and whether the judge will have the jurors go back and try to deliberate further on that charge. I want to bring in, I see Elizabeth Wagmeister, who's here, and we have, of course, been covering this trial, and this is stunning to think that there is now some semblance of a verdict. I was telling Casey, we don't know about count one. That's the most serious one.
It is the most serious one, and I have an update for you from our colleagues inside the courtroom right now, Laura. So, Casey, I want to update you live right now. Both sides want the judge to push the jury to continue deliberating. Combs' defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, said that the defense...
Here's the thing, too. We're coming up on a long weekend because of 4th of July. So, historically, we know that juries want to be done, okay? Especially the longer they've sat on a trial. They want it to be over with. And with the long weekend coming up, with the federal holiday coming up, they are going to feel there's going to be more pressure for them to come to a decision on this before the 4th.
Would like the judge to bring out the jury to instruct them to continue deliberating rather than to send them a note.
God, she's not matching. She's not in the group chat.
Both sides agree that they would like this instruction. They want the jury to continue deliberating. So, as Laura said, this is up to the judge's discretion. Does he say continue and reach a verdict on count one, or, okay, we can be hung on this, but both sides have the same agreement that they want them to continue.
Yeah, no, really interesting. So, Laura and Elizabeth, please weigh in here as well. But Laura, can you kind of run down, if we have verdicts in the other counts, how do you compare the potential implications of a sentence in those counts compared to count one? Like, how much more serious or significant is count one compared to the other charges?
Great question. Count one is by far the most serious. RICO carries up to life in prison with sometimes mandatory minimums. It's a very serious charge. Now, the verdict form required this jury to find either guilty or not guilty on that high charge. And if they found that, they had to go down the line for so-called predicate crimes. That's a fancy way of saying, well, did the government prove or not prove bribery, kidnapping, arson? The idea of this went down the line of other things, including drug distribution and even prostitution. Then there was a second part that talked about, did you conclude that there was sex trafficking proven with respect to Cassie or Jane? Now, why that's important here is because for each of those different types of crimes, the jury was asked whether the government had proven or not proven their case. Now, you see some overlaps here, right? Because you've got a RICO charge, you've got 2 sex trafficking charges, and 2 prostitution-related charges. And so, if the jurors have made a decision with respect to any of those predicate crimes that were already listed, then they might very well have known what they wanted to do in the other charges as well. But make no mistake about it, the most complex case, Elizabeth, has been the RICO charge. It required them to prove that there was an enterprise of people around him that engaged in these type of crimes within a 10-year period and established a pattern.
Well, and Elizabeth, you obviously updated us on that reporting that both Sean Diddy Combs' defense team as well as prosecutors want the judge to tell the jury, go back, try again, figure this out. Do you have an understanding about why it is that the Combs side in particular would really want that to happen?
You know, we don't know, but I would imagine that they could be thinking, and I would want to hear Laura's thoughts here as a former prosecutor. A school of thought is typically that the quicker that a verdict is reached, that the better it could be for the defense. So perhaps that they think that things are going their way, they want them to keep going. But I actually want to go back to the question that you asked Laura before this about which crime or which charge is the most serious. And as Laura spelled out, it is absolutely that first charge of racketeering conspiracy because it holds a maximum sentence of life in prison. But these other charges are still incredibly serious. Counts 2 and counts 3, which are sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura and sex trafficking of the woman who testified under the pseudonym Jane. Those are 2 separate counts. The judge instructed the jury to deliberate separately on them. Each of those carries a minimum.
Okay, so one thing that was brought up in the trial, it was reported that the jury asked a question clarifying what it means to distribute controlled substances, which is something that the prosecution, introduced, like had as part of their argument to prove that there was a broader criminal enterprise. So the jury asking questions on like, what does that even mean? Showing that they don't even necessarily understand what racketeering entails. And like the way that you can get to proving racketeering in this case, outside of proving that Combs was guilty of sex trafficking, is through acts like drug distribution. And so if that was something that they were able to prove in court, then even if the jury does not find Combs guilty of sex trafficking, they could still find him guilty of racketeering, of like having this broader criminal enterprise that engaged in the act of something like drug distribution. guilty ? Well, we don't know. The jury has reached verdicts on 4 of the 5 charges against Combs. So 2 of those were sex trafficking, and 2 of them were transportation to engage in prostitution. And then the 5th one is has to do with the racketeering.
Minimum sentence of 15 years. So these are all incredibly serious charges here. The final 2, counts 4 and 5, transportation to engage in prostitution, each carry a maximum of 10 years.
And the idea of the defense wanting to possibly have this is about finality. You know, listen, they know that there is double jeopardy that could attach the second, essentially, this trial began. But they also want to, meaning he could not be tried twice for the same matter. And yet they still want finality. They want unanimity and they want finality.
We don't know what the verdict was yet. It hasn't been revealed yet. So all we know is that they came to a verdict. They reached a verdict on 4 out of the 5 charges. They reached a verdict pretty quickly, but they have not been able to reach a verdict on the most serious charge of racketeering.
They do not want to figure out whether the prosecution, if it is a hung jury, wants to go back and try to retry this case. Can you imagine? 34 witnesses, 7 weeks, overwhelmingly focused.
I lived long enough to see Caroline become the law tuber. You know what? These law tubers, I'm coming for you, okay? I didn't even go to law school. I took the LSAT, but I am going to come for your territory because I have had enough of most of y'all.
On the charge of RICO, if it's a hung jury, that is the option of the prosecution to go back and try the case again without a double jury being implicated, double jeopardy being implicated, excuse me.
All right, let's reset for a second. We're also joined now by Ellie Honig, our legal analyst here. And of course, Laura and Elizabeth are going to stick with us through now our continuing breaking coverage, because the jury in the Sean Diddy Combs trial has reached a verdict on some counts. The jury just sending a note saying that they reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, but that they are unable to reach a verdict on count 1, racketeering conspiracy. We do know that both sides want the judge to push the jury to continue deliberating. Mark Agnifilo, the defense counsel, said that they want the judge to bring out the jury and to instruct them on deliberating, and both parties are going to work on the wording of that instruction. And just to remind you, there are 5 counts here against Sean Diddy Combs. 1 on that racketeering charge, RICO, 2 each of sex trafficking, and 2 of transportation to engage in prostitution. As our Laura Coates just noted, the most serious of these is the one that the jury still has not reached a unanimous decision on. That is the racketeering charge that carries potentially up until life in prison.
All right, let's take a look.
A twist in the courtroom today in the Sean...
God, she's wearing pink too. What is going on? Was there a notice sent out?
Diddy Combs trial. The jury reaching a partial verdict in the music mogul's federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial. The jurors sent a note to the judge saying they'd reached a verdict
what was the memo
on
here?
4 of the 5 counts, but were unable to agree on 1 charge. But jurors will continue deliberating tomorrow. So here is a breakdown of the charges he's facing. The jury hasn't reached a verdict yet on 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, but they have reached 1 on the other 4 charges. That includes 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud or coercion, and 2 counts of transportation for purposes of prostitution. CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman has been following this trial for the network throughout its ups and its downs. And here she is with the latest as the jury deliberations are set to pick up tomorrow.
The jury in Sean Combs' trial says they have reached a verdict on 4 of the counts, that is 2, 3, 4, and 5, but that they are unable to come to a consensus on count 1, and that there are jurors on both sides who are unpersuadable. The judge ultimately decided, after speaking with the parties, to have the jury continue deliberating. He read them an instruction from his original jury charge about their duty to deliberate. Now, when we got the note about this, Sean Combs Combs was sitting. His lawyers were all huddled around him in the courtroom. Combs was very still, very somber through all of this. And it's hard to describe how ominous the atmosphere was. It had started raining outside, and there was thunder multiple times as we waited to see what was going to happen in there. But now we know that the jury has made a decision on most of the counts in this trial, but count one is the biggest and the most complicated. That is racketeering conspiracy. It carries the weight potentially of up to life in prison for Sean Combs. His family also filtered in as we were waiting into the courtroom. His mother was in there. His daughters came in. His sons. As he left the courtroom, he told them all that he loved them and he left for the day. Katrina Kaufman, CBS News, New York.
Joining me now, lawyer and legal analyst Eric Guster. Eric, thanks so much for being here. Okay, let's talk. The jury remains deadlocked on the most serious charge. Jurors are actually reportedly saying that there were unpersuadable opinions on both sides. So let's talk about what happens now. Do they continue to deliberate tomorrow morning, first thing?
Both sides, the defense and the prosecution, wanted them to continue to deliberate. Nobody wants to try a case twice. So they want them to come back and deliberate. However, the jurors said that there are people on both sides who will not move. So it could end up with a split verdict where they come up with 4 counts of guilty or not guilty and one where they're hung.
Yeah, I mean, this could be because the charge is just too complex. Like, it's too... RICO is very complicated. It's not only complicated to prove in a court of law, it's also complicated to understand for like your average person understanding it. So it could be a matter of like just it being too complex of a charge that is why it's resulted in a split in the group. You know, which could, I'm hoping though, it does bode well for the verdicts on the other charges and that they potentially reached a guilty conclusion quickly, but then are struggling with this one because of how complex it is.
We always look at the clock and how long a jury's been deliberating. So they spent over 10 hours deliberating since Monday before submitting this partial decision. What do you make of that time frame? Is that fairly quick?
Jury decisions are very tough. I generally believe that a fast verdict is a guilty verdict in a criminal case. Racketeering is the most serious case because you have to prove that there was this big mass conspiracy where you had people doing different criminal things and criminal acts, which I'm not sure that the prosecution did a very good job of that. I expected them to bring in people who would say they blew up the car of the rapper and they did other things on his behalf, and they may not have brought all of that evidence that they needed to prove that point. But the other...
Where's the guy who blew up Kid Cudi's car?
They have a verdict, and it's going to be interesting to see what the judge does.
Okay, deliberations continue, but if, and I say if, the jury remains hung on the racketeering charge, could the judge consider a mistrial on that count or accept a partial verdict and proceed to sentencing on the 4 resolved counts?
The judge can do a partial verdict where he can receive the verdict for 4 counts, and if Sean Diddy Combs is found guilty of any of those, then proceed to sentencing. Or give the prosecution the decision, say, hey, do you want to retry this case, or do
what even is RICO? Okay, so RICO is racketeering. It's Racketeer Influence in Corrupt Organizations Act. And it was initially used, like it was created and used to bring down like the mafia, to target those types of criminal organizations, the mobs, to target mobs. But the reason that it's used legally is because you can use it to prosecute individuals who are involved in organized criminal activity. So you can go after the individuals who are committing crimes on behalf of this enterprise, but then you can also go after the larger criminal organization that they belong to.
Do you want him to be sentenced on the other 4 remaining counts? Because they would really reserve sentencing for whether or not the prosecution wants to retry the second case, which he would not get out on bond, perhaps waiting on an appeal or sentencing on those.
And before we go, we have
who's got the fucking clip from Dark Knight with Maggie Gyllenhaal and Aaron Eckhart?
2 days before court's out because of July 4th. So if you look at a time frame, do you consider the jury deliberating throughout the day tomorrow and possibly coming back Thursday? I know it's anyone's guess, but if you're thinking about a jury mindset, do they want to get out of there?
Yes.
Jury mindset, come over holiday, these people want to go home.
They want to get
They want
out.
to barbecue some chicken, not think about this case. They've been in this case for weeks. They are ready to go home. And I expected a verdict before July 4th because these people want this case over with. They want it behind them so they can move on with their lives.
All right. Appreciate all of your...
Okay, thank you very much. Here you go. Here you go.
Look, give us the money and we'll talk about making a deal.
The money is the only reason I'm still alive.
Oh, you mean when they find out that you've helped us, they're gonna kill you?
Are you threatening my client?
No, I'm just assuming your client's cooperation with this investigation. As will everyone. No? Okay. Enjoy your time in county, Mr. Lau.
Wait. I won't give you the money, but I will give you my clients. All of them.
You were a glorified accountant. What could you possibly have on all of them that we could charge?
I'm good with calculation. I handled all their investments. One big pot.
Got it.
1 minute.
Rico.
Rico!
If they pooled their money, we can charge them all as one criminal conspiracy.
Charge them with what?
In a Rico case, if you can charge one of the conspirators with a felony, you can charge
all of them with it. That's great. Mr. Lau.
Fucking Rico.
What kind of details do you have about this communal fund? Ledgers, notes?
Immunity, protection, and a chartered plane back to Hong Kong.
After you testify in open court. And I'm just curious, with all your clients locked up, what's going to happen with all that money?
Like I
said,
good.
I'm good with calculation.
He can't go to county.
I'll keep him here in the holding cells.
What is this, Gordon, your fortress?
Will you trust them over county?
I don't trust them here.
Lau stays.
Now that I've seen it in The Dark Knight, I'm a lawyer. Yeah, so there you go. That tells you everything you need to know about Rico. If you can charge one of them with a felony, you can charge all of them with a felony. Okay. So the thing about Rico, though, is that it is, in the real world, it is very difficult to prove because of the legal definitions being super duper complex. You have to prove that a criminal enterprise exists, and you have to show a pattern of racketeering activity. So people might see, like, they might see, like, the employees of P. Diddy not as a criminal enterprise existing, but as employees doing things that, like, their boss told them to do. Okay, I'm trying to see if anybody else, if there's anyone who's... You know what's wild is I feel like I have barely seen anybody talking about I feel like I've barely seen anyone talking about this. I mean, which is crazy because this is one of the biggest celebrity cases ever. Like, P. Diddy is such a huge just as a celebrity, how big of a celebrity is, and also how extensive his crimes are and like how long he's been doing this.
Folks, we are continuing our breaking news coverage in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. Within 10 is outside that courthouse in Manhattan with the latest. Kelly.
Well, hi there, Michael. Just some further updates for you.
It could be due to the fact that like the case is not being live streamed. I don't know.
Here in Lower Manhattan, the judge has brought the jury back into the courtroom. So the jury has made their way back into the courtroom, and the judge is going to be instructing them that he has received their note, and he's going to be asking them to continue their deliberations. And then he is going to be telling them, if you are done for the day, when you go back there, just send out another note to let us know that you're done for the day and that you would like to come back tomorrow. So interesting developments here, to say the least. We'll have to see if the jury does decide to then come back tomorrow, Michael, or if they are going to continue to deliberate throughout the night. Of course, they reached a partial verdict on counts 2 through 5. They have not.
Also, according to the reporting in the New York Times, when the jury first sent its note about its partial verdict, there was no sign in the courtroom of the seriousness of the message. Earlier notes from the jury over the previous day and a half had concerned legal details, but within minutes, Mr. Combs slumped in his chair, 8 of his lawyers huddled around him, all of them looking grim. Mr. Combs appeared somber, his head bowed, and his hands folded in his lap. His lawyers passed the jury's note around, closely scrutinizing it. Are they sequestered? Yeah. So that's interesting. Like, did the note say, fuck you, P. Diddy?
Reached a verdict on count 1. That's conspiracy. That's racketeering conspiracy. And Michael, earlier when we were talking, I was trying to go through my notes when you were mentioning that they only had to find 1 instance of sex trafficking, for instance, or 1 instance of transportation with intent to commit prostitution. During
the other thing, too, is that Mark Agnifilo, who is Diddy's lead defense lawyer, apparently he asked the judge not to press jurors towards a verdict and said that they had only been deliberating for a day and change, which is potentially a sign that the defense was concerned that they hadn't deliberated long enough, that like a longer deliberation in this case would be a better sign for Diddy.
Rebuttal close from federal prosecutors. They made that extremely clear. Comey made that very clear in her rebuttal close. And one of the instances that she mentioned, she was talking about, and I'm not going to read it in too much detail because it's very graphic, but it related to Jane. And it was talking about Jane not wanting to perform a sex act on one of the male escorts. And then he said to her, and this is how Comey read it in her rebuttal close, you go back there and you blank some blank. And so if people were following some of the testimony, they know exactly what I'm talking about, but it's talking about a woman doing something to a man. She was saying to him, per the testimony, she did not want to do that. And then Sean Diddy Combs, according to the federal prosecutors and according to the testimony, they hammered on this in that rebuttal close. Go back and do blank, do blank. She then said, Comey said, that is sex trafficking. So read into that what you want. But
have you told Chatters who's the first DA to utilize RICO charges? Are you talking about Rudy Giuliani? So technically he was not the first DA to use the charge of RICO. He just is associated with it being a popular legal tool. Like, yeah, Rudy Giuliani says that he was a RICO pioneer, which is actually not true. Like, he has claimed, that's been one of his claim to fames, is that he was the guy who discovered RICO, which is actually not the case. He does say a lot of things that is true.
That's something that she left the jurors with, Michael, when she was delivering her closing.
Yeah, I think that's something that prosecutors did extremely well, sort of breaking down and simplifying some of the charges in this case.
Do you think this is a wag the dog situation, distraction from global affairs? No, this is a very serious case involving sex trafficking, and no. I think that people are not paying attention to this case because of other news that is ongoing, and also because this is I don't know, this is just like when the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp case happened, like people were more tuned into Blake and Justin, and that hasn't even gone to trial, versus like this actually being at trial. Like the jury has reached a verdict here on 4 out of the 5 counts,
which can be a bit complicated.
This would be the worst distraction of all time. No one is even covering it.
Getting word now that the jurors have left the courtroom to go back and continue to deliberate. The judge said, though, he will remain on the bench just in case he gets a note or a note comes out from that jury. So as of right now, they've gone back to continue to deliberate on that particular point, on that racketeering charge. And one point I want to make clear. Let me go back to Kelly now. Kelly, I understand we have something breaking.
This case is a lot more clear, so people can't shit on the women as easily. You know, I cynically agree. I feel like maybe the reason that this is not getting as much attention is because it's harder to paint the women as the villains in this situation, even though certainly the defense spent time not necessarily painting them as the victims, but saying that they consented to it. That they were like, look, Diddy, he's a domestic abuser, but he is not a sex trafficker. All the sexual acts were consensual.
Yes, I'm getting some information right now. They are done for the day, Michael. So they are going to go home, and then they are going to come back tomorrow. I'm just reading my notes to make sure I don't want to say anything on air I'm not supposed to. Let's see. Okay, interesting.
30 now. They're ready to go home, start fresh tomorrow. Probably not a bad idea. One thing I wanted to check in with you and let our viewers remember.
Yeah, also Diddy has had to admit that he was an abuser.
Is that we're talking about these charges and we're using words, but this jury got to see a lot of video of these freak-offs. Take us back to some of those instances where the jurors were looking at it. I got mixed reports on some of the reactions of some of the jurors, but we have to remember what was going on in those rooms while it was going on, and, you know, the defense tried to claim that this was just part of their swingers lifestyle. Some of that stuff was pretty heavy. We can't forget that they were looking at these videos of what was happening and what was going on in those freak-offs, correct?
Oh, Michael, yes, those videos. Now, during jury selection process, they did make it very clear to the potential jurors that they were going to have to be okay with viewing very, very personal, intimate details of someone's private moments inside their...
I also cannot wait for this to be done, not just so hopefully the victims receive justice, but that we have to stop hearing the word freak-offs.
Bedroom, and the jurors that were selected indicated that they would be okay viewing that kind of footage. So we saw them throughout this case, defense counsel showing longer clips of the videos than the prosecution, especially wanting to show, according to the defense counsel, that these women were into it, that these women were going along with it, that they were all about the money. In fact, defense counsel called Cassie Ventura a big winner in this case. And so, yes, the jurors had to watch that extremely graphic footage, and a lot of them, not too much reaction, but at times, especially in the beginning when they...
I don't know how you sleep at night. How do you sleep at night as a defense attorney who's getting up there and like, sure, this is what you gotta do to help your client win, but still, this is not, like, you're choosing to be in this line of work. Like, they sleep on a bed of money, I guess. I mean, if you're Diddy's lawyer, it's certainly a lot of money. Just following orders.
First started viewing some of the videos, Michael, some of the jurors would end up turning their head away. But then as the case went on and they viewed more and more video and we heard more and more graphic testimony, it was as if they just were accustomed to what would be coming next. So the reactions were not as strong.
It's a fine line how much video you show them, because at the end of the day, the more you show them, the more normalized it becomes for the jury. And again, still, I'm sure it had quite the impact fact, again, just want to remind our viewers, the jury delivered a note to the court in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial that they had a verdict on 4 of the 5 counts. The question was, what would they do at that point? Well, the judge decided to send them back to continue deliberating, and what they decided to do was go home for the day. So they are going to be headed home. They'll come back tomorrow, start fresh, and continue to deliberate on that top count of racketeering. That was the one they were having trouble coming to an agreement on. And again, I think the words were, there were positions that were unpersuadable, and this was in that time of that first note. But looks like they're willing to go back.
All right, so just to recap for y'all, we are waiting on the jury to come to a verdict on the charge of racketeering. We do not know what verdict they reached on the other 4 counts, but we know that they reached a verdict and that they reached a verdict fairly quickly. So, pertaining to the sex trafficking charges, the prosecution laid out an argument that Combs used violent means, that he held, held his financial control over the heads of Cassie and Jane, 2 of his ex-girlfriends, who the prosecution called as witnesses to show that he manipulated these women into very, very physically exhausting, non-consensual sex activities with men that had been hired. And this is what was referred to as hotel nights or freak-offs. And again, I cannot wait to never have to see this fucking word ever again. Hear people say this word all the time. So they needed to prove that Cassie and or Jane were coerced into these sex activities by Diddy, who coerced them, who forced them through physical violence, through financial control, and through other means of manipulation. Okay? And these women were a big part of the prosecution's the prosecution's line of witnesses that they brought forth to try and prove this. They testified for a combined total of 10 days. And what the defense said was that, no, these women weren't coerced. They were willing participants. They could have left at any time. They weren't being chained to a wall. Like, both Cassie and Jane could have left at any time, but they liked the money. They liked the sex. They were willing participants. Case closed. So the jury has to believe that Cassie and Jane, Cassie or Jane or both of them were coerced into these sex acts by Diddy, and that it constitutes sex trafficking, so that the charges of sex trafficking have been proven by the prosecution. And then the racketeering charge, which is much more complicated, jurors essentially have to agree that Combs knowingly joined an unlawful conspiracy, that he and or co-conspirators had committed criminal acts to, on behalf of this criminal enterprise, to further this criminal enterprise. And that has to be like through the prosecution showing that Combs and his very loyal inner circle carried out a variety of crimes over the course of a decade, in which he was, engaged in this relationship with Cassie Ventura, which he had coerced her into sexual acts. And these are crimes that include drug distribution, arson. So that's why they had Kid Cudi testify. Bribery, kidnapping, sex trafficking, and then also interstate transportation for prostitution and forced labor. Were they both his ex-girlfriends? Yes. The video of him beating her should be enough evidence of that. Right. But essentially what happened is that video was used by the prosecution to show how Diddy is a violent man, that he is an abuser, that Cassie was fearful that he used violent, coercive means. But the defense said, look, yes, Diddy was a domestic abuser. Yes, he physically hit Cassie. He verbally abused her. But he never forced her to do anything sexually. And had she not wanted to do any of these things, then she could have just not, like, she could have left. And the reason that she did them, the reason that she stayed is because she enjoyed it, because she liked the money and the lifestyle, blah, 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 blah. So it's up to the jury to like make the connection with that video being such a big piece of evidence that if Combs is capable of this, then he was capable of these other things that there's not video evidence of. Now, there was evidence of like baby oil and that kind of thing, but the video that was taken in the hotel was the most damning evidence as far as like painting him as an abuser. But the threat of already established violence would be enough to coerce someone. Well, that's what the prosecution was trying to prove. That's why they used that video, and that's why they had Cassie's testimony be a centerpiece of the case. So the defense is alleging that the defendant never used any of the firearms to coerce sexual acts. The defense is saying that Cassie and Jane were willing participants in the sex marathons, that they were not coerced, that they were not like forced into, these sexual activities with escorts and people who were hired by Diddy and also hired by Cassie. So that was the thing, is like the defense pointed to the fact that, oh, Cassie would reach out to these guys, would reach out to these escorts. Cassie engaged with prostitutes and was the one who was paying them. So she was doing that because she was forced to do it. Like, that's the argument that they were making. So what I would say is that there is a high likelihood that in the next couple days we will know the outcome of the verdicts, that the jury will have reached a consensus on the most complex charge, the one that currently they have not reached a verdict of. And so I am sure before 4th of July weekend, they'll be like, fucking, here you go. Like, we're done. We want to be done with this. We want to go enjoy 4th of July. We want to go do all, barbecue and watch fireworks and just be done with the case. So in the next couple days, as if we find out, then we'll be covering it, of course. The video is damning, not just because it shows a pattern of abuse, but that when the women try to leave, he assaults them to enact physical intimidation to make them stay. Yes. I mean, to us, like those of us who can see this, who understand this, it is clear. But this is a matter of like dismantling public, dismantling societal beliefs around victims of abuse, where people will see a video of Diddy hitting Cassie and recognize like that is abuse. But will they understand that her staying in this relationship for 10 years, her feeling like, oh, my career will be threatened, that, he is physically violent, that he holds financial control over me, over my mother. Like, will they understand that all those things contributed to why Cassie felt she couldn't leave the relationship? And also the fact that, like, abuse is complicated, right? Victims of abuse have they do not behave in any one way. Like, there is no correct way to act when you are the victim of abuse. But that is still something that, like, we have a ways to go in like how the general public understands abuse and understands victims of abuse. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. That was, you know what? We actually got through all the things that I had in my title, though. That might be the first time in a long time that I actually managed to touch on all the stories and news events that I listed in my title without being like, I'm exhausted. I'm done. Do you think that even after severe abuse, it is possible to give consent again? Absolutely. Yes. I think that if you are a person who has been abused, that you've been in an abusive relationship, like, it is something where you are going to have to overcome, like, the damage from that. And, you know, obviously you may have trust issues. You may find yourself drawn to another abusive relationship, like, because that is what you know. But yes, absolutely. Even if you have been in an abusive relationship, like, there is no consent is something that there's no, like, it's not possible to give consent depending on, you know, like, the idea around consent, like the nature of consent is not that if you've been abused that you can't consent. It's that if you don't consent, then that is abuse. So I don't know if you're asking, like the way that I understand that question is, like, somebody who gets out of an abusive relationship, can they be in a consenting relationship after that? Yes. Like, can they consent to sex even if they have experienced abuse in previous relationships? 100%. Now, if you're asking, like, if you're in an abusive relationship, can you give consent in a relationship that's also abusive? Is that what you're asking? Phoenix Fanatics, thank you for the 16 months. Hogan, thank you for the 500 bits. Woohoo! Title done. We did it, Joe. We did it. We did it. Anyway, if you're asking, can you, if you're in an abusive relationship at any point, give consent? I would say no, because the nature of being in an abusive relationship is that you are in a relationship where coercion, where, you know, your partner has power over you, where you are, just by the nature of it being an abusive relationship, you are you are, like, not consenting, right? Like, because of the loss of power and control, and yeah, so that like, just it being an abusive relationship means that you can't be really consenting. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Hype train incoming. Let's go to the moon, everybody. Make me a law tuber. Let's go. You know what? Sometimes I see these areas of content creation that I'm like, man, I gotta get up in there because a lot of shitters seem to dominate these areas. Like law tubers, what's going on? What is happening with like the kind of Dragon Army, thank you for the 10 gifted souls. Anonymous, thank you for the bits. Why does it seem that a lot of law tubers are right wing? Are those just the ones who are loudest? Like, what's going on here? Why is there just a reactionary bent to so many areas of content creation? I swear to God. I'm like, okay, great. I'm going to have to go be a wellness influencer. I'm going to have to go get into LawTube. I'm trying to do pop culture out here. Leftist lawyers are busy at work. Yeah. Dude. Yeah, they're busy working. True crime. I'm going to have to start doing, I got to do all of it. I got to do all of it because I feel like it's being dominated by people who are so reactionary, who are just like really gross. I'm going to have to go be a crystal mommy. Yes, I have to go be a crystal mommy. They got huge audiences during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, sadly. Yes, you are correct. You are correct that a lot of specifically law tubers gained notoriety and a fan base during the Amber and Johnny case. Is there anything positive happening in pop culture? Yes. You want to know what's happening in pop culture that's not like doom and gloom? Well, this was my Let Me Know segment. Damn it. Production has started on The Devil Wears Prada 2. Now, here's the thing, though. Adrian Grenier's character is apparently not going to be in the sequel. So who's the villain going to be? That's my question. If Adrian Grenier is not in The Devil Wears Prada 2, who's going to be the villain? Is Meryl coming back? Yes. You guys, I hate spoiling this because it is my Let Me Know segment, but I will tell you. So The Devil Wears Prada 2 has started production. It is set to premiere May of 2026. Kenneth Branagh has joined the cast, but returning actors are Meryl Streep, Anne Hathaway, Emily Blunt, and Stanley Tucci. And the plot details are pretty under wraps, but capitalism is the villain this time. The plot details are pretty under wrap, but essentially Miranda Priestley, who Meryl Streep plays. She is dealing with the changes in the decline in print. So print magazines not being what they used to be, and Miranda Priestley, who was at the forefront of print, having to kind of like figure out what her next move is. And apparently Emily Blunt's character is like some high-powered she's like some high-powered executive now, something like that. And so she is going head-to-head with Miranda Priestley. I don't know what Anne Hathaway is doing. She's just still working at like the New York Times. I don't know. Do you have predictions for the plot? Not really. Because I'm confused. I am confused how Anne Hathaway's character is gonna factor in, because what we have seen is that Miranda Priestley is facing off against Emily Blunt's character. So that kind of seems to be like a big part of the sequel, because Emily Blunt works at a luxury group, and Miranda has to, like, she really needs their advertising dollars, and so she's gotta like deal with Emily Blunt, something like that. Miranda deals with cancel culture. Miranda is figuring out the worst fit and haircut combination for the Met Gala. That's right. It's interesting too, because Anna Wintour has stepped down. And so the news of Anna Wintour stepping down, right? And then the announcement of Devil Wears Prada 2. And it being that Miranda Priestley, who is based off of Anna Wintour, is facing a decline in print magazine publishing, that she's kind of at like, she's at a point in her career where she is no longer the powerhouse that she used to be. I will be seated. I will be seated. I will be seated. I will be seated. Oh, I will be seated as well. This is also the one movie that if you know Austin Cho, you know he has seen this movie because he loves this movie. And he texted me and was like, what did he say? He just said, Devil Wears Prada 2. And I was like, oh, baby, I know. I know. You think I don't know? It's the only gay film that Austin has seen. I honestly feel like it's one of the only movies he has seen in general. Is Stanley Tucci in it? Yes, it is confirmed that Stanley Tucci is coming back as well. So it seems as if like most of the key players in Devil Wears Prada 1 are returning, with the exception of Adrian Grenier. What's his name? Who played the love? Who does she like hook up with? Devil. Simon Baker. Yeah, I don't know if he's coming back. Okay, whatever. What other good news in pop culture? Good news in pop culture. Well, Bear fans, The Bear was renewed for season 5. I have not watched season 4 yet, but if you're a Bear head, if you're a Bear fan, it was renewed for season 5. So you get another season. Oh, there is a new Edgar Wright movie trailer. That's true. I did watch that. What's it called again? Oh, it's The Running Man. Right. I forgot. Wait. Did you guys see? Hold on. Did you see that? What's his name? Glenn Powell is teaming up with the Saratoga water. In like that guy, the guy who sticks his face in the water. The Get Ready With Me dude, and the Get Ready With Me is like, watch me do nothing for hours. Yes, him. Apparently, he and Glenn Powell are teaming up to do a promo for The Running Man. I don't know why. They're gonna do at least 10,000. Yeah. They're going to do at least 10,000. Yes. And then there was a leak of Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. So the first trailer surfaced online after it was exclusively shown in select cinemas across the U.S. And despite efforts to keep the footage exclusive to cinemas for now, low-quality recording of the trailer was leaked onto Twitter shortly after the screening. You know what? You cannot trust people, all right? They are always going to leak shit. They're always going to leak shit if they can, and it's online already. It's not it's not formally online, but it's a shitty. Here, you want to watch it? It's somebody who recorded the trailer while they were sitting in the theater.
Zeus's law is smashed to pieces. A kingdom without a king since my master died. He knew it was an unwinnable war. And then...
Oh, wait. No, actually, I'm not going to watch this. I wasn't even thinking about that. Just kidding. JK, I didn't know. I didn't fucking watch anything. Never mind. Okay. So anyway, anywho. I mean, come on, I'm straight and it's straight Pride Month. They wouldn't do that to me. Very niche and not exactly media, but a protester from the Brazilian Jan 6 got 17 years in prison for stealing a soccer ball signed by Neymar from Congress. Wow. I forgot Brazil did January 6th. I forgot about that. Okay, wait. Updates in the Drake versus Kendrick Lamar case. Oral argument. Inner City Press has covered the case from the start and will live tweet thread below. Judge Vargas, you seem to say a diss track could never be defamatory, but NY law says the form is not dispositive. Why am I reading that like it's a bar? You seem to say a diss track could never be defamatory, but NY law says the form is not dispository. UMG lawyer, look at the shock jock case. Judge, not the same thing. Perhaps the court needs more info and cannot dismiss. UMG lawyer, Drake opened the door in the third person. Is that when Kendrick Lamar says, heard you like there's no surprise? Vargas, Mr. Lamar suggests there are other secrets he has yet to reveal. It's ambiguous. UMG lawyer, there are questions of law the court can dismiss. Judge, what are certified pedophile? What are certified pedophile? UMG lawyer, it's a play on certified lover boy. Judge, but would the ordinary listener know the name of Drake's album Certified Lover Boy? UMG lawyer, the context is all the rumors about Drake and young females. UMG lawyer, we seek dismissal for Drake having used the information and belief form of pleading. Judge, Mr. Gottlieb for Drake. Gottlieb, on a Rule 12 motion, the question is whether a listener could have thought the facts were being conveyed. Drake's lawyer Gottlieb, they want your honor to weigh 17 articles, but the time to weigh evidence is not at this stage. Judge, I can take judicial notice. The lyrics are what they are. Gottlieb, UMG made this song more culturally ubiquitous than any other. 9 billion streams, played at a bar mitzvah. Judge Vargas, an interesting bar mitzvah that would play this song. Judge, then there's the use of the AI voice of Tupac. Drake's lawyer Gottlieb, I'm not convinced of the relevance. Judge, shouldn't I view the entire rap battle? Gottlieb, this was unique. Judge, Kendrick Lamar didn't know he'd perform at the Super Bowl. Drake's lawyer Gottlieb, UMG republished the material with knowledge when it launched the Super Bowl campaign. There were 3 attacks on his home. Gottlieb, the cover art is Drake's home with sex offender location tags. Judge, didn't Drake say Kendrick Lamar is not the biological father of his child? Gottlieb, the court doesn't have enough info on that. Drake's Gottlieb, 10% of streams are false. A popular podcaster alleged the use of bots. There's also a stream farmer. There was whistling. There was whitelisting, misdirected search results, and payola. Judge Vargas, what is the damage in bot streaming? Gottlieb, every other artist on the platform is injured. UMG's lawyer, in the record are articles mentioning his going to girls basketball, relationship at 31 with a 13-year-old MBB, and lyrics. Oh my God! This is fucking crazy. This tweet thread. I'm sorry, but like, I'm sorry, but this is insane. This is so ridiculous. It does feel like satire. The judge saying, what are certified pedophile? And the lawyer going, it's a play on certified lover boy. And then the judge saying, but would the ordinary listener know the name of Drake's album, Certified Lover Boy? And the lawyer saying, the context is all the rumors about Drake and young females. Oh my God. Can you, and then here, the judge saying, shouldn't I view the entire rap battle? This was unique. This feels like a bit. Genuinely feels like a fucking bit. This is so insane. And then Drake's lawyer trying to be like, a podcaster said that they used bots. Oh yeah, source, trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. He is citing a fucking podcaster who just was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Kendrick Lamar used bots. That's his evidence? Because a popular podcast, who is he referring to, by the way? Is that, no way. Is that DJ Academics? Is Drake's lawyer referring to DJ Academics saying that? No way. DJ Wackademics? Is that who he's citing when he says a popular podcaster said that he used bots? Wow, calling DJ Wackademics a podcaster, that feels like a stretch. Source, I made it the fuck up. Oh, holy shit. What? How stupid.
Kendrick, he said he's smoking on top 5s. Where is he at?
Is this who Drake's lawyer is citing as evidence in this oral argument? Is that who this is?
What top 5 you smoking on, Kendrick? Because my top 5 is Drake. You ain't doing a shit, nigga. You just talking a whole lot of shit for no fucking reason. I just want to know what all these niggas is talking about. Because Drake is all y'all niggas' daddy. That's a fact.
Dropped out of school because nobody was teaching that. The best Westerns where a nigga was sleeping at. Damon College booking me to pull. I was known for snapping when I chat before the app. Stood on everything I said and never took it back. Whoa, no friends in the industry. I had to draw the line between my brothers and my enemies. A fact. Niggas let us start the beef, don't want to keep it rap. Yeah, you hit us something, now we owe you something back. See you, I was young angel, but these niggas turn me evil. Yeah, I know you, but you really ain't my people. Yeah, I heard some people say they know him as my equal. Truth be told, I son these niggas, girl, I don't compete with them. Ask about the boy and they gon' say.
If you want to see an even funnier video, this was him on the week of the beef watching Drake start to get obliterated.
Let's get the real shit popping. Holy shit. Holy.
I'm so embarrassed for him.
This is a shot that will be heard around the fucking world. Kendrick, you are on the clock. The boy came back. You're on the clock, nigga.
I have to say, I just passed it to Snow.
Fight back, Kendrick! Fight back! What is it gonna take for this nigga to drop? This is Kendrick fans. Oh, well, listen, you gotta realize, you gotta give Kendrick time. Well, he's working on his album. His album drops in May. He's gonna put it on the album. You know, he's gonna run the sales. What? I thought we were squabbling. Man, that boy just in the room just hitting his head with a number 2 pencil trying to figure out what to write, nigga. He writes slow, and I keep saying, he make moments, he don't make great disses. Drake on his head again, and I'm also hearing he might catch a 3rd one before he drop. For real.
What I so okay, got a Benjamin and a Jackson all in my house, like I'm Joe okay. Somebody had told me that you got a ring. On God, I'm ready to double the wage. I'd rather do that than let a Canadian nigga make Pac turn in his grave. Cut the business, you got shit twisted. What is it, the breaks? I pray they my real friends. If not, Hawaiian W Melly. How many more black features to your...
Enough!
How many more little black feature till you finally feel that you're black enough. Headshot for the year. You better walk
sure
around
you're
like
allowed
that.
to show someone writing this hard on Twitch? I might get banned.
Ain't 20v1, it's 1v20 if I gotta smack niggas that right with you. Coffee. Yeah, OB-ho niggas is dick riders. Tell them run. Hey, fuck y'all niggas. I don't trust y'all niggas. I wave one finger and don't wanna hear you say nigga no more.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, somebody's lying. I can see the vibes on act. Even he looking compromised. Let's peel the layers back. Ain't no.
Oh my God, I forgot about DJ Academics.
Joe is working for me?
Yeah, he's
Fake bully,
such
I
a
hate
piece of
bullies. You
shit.
must be.
How am I compromised? Why you say fuck me for?
A terrible person.
That's a nice angle. And it's a little bit more in depth than what he did on Euphoria. Euphoria touched on 30 things, didn't go in depth in any real one of them, right?
Love was over in y'all late teens. Hands on your knees, hands on your knees. Shake that ass for Drake.
Birds of a
All
feather.
that hype only lasted 12 hours. I told you the boy lock and loaded. Big Ack in the building. I don't care about that name check. This is what the GOAT had to say. Nigga, fuck that shit. I don't care about his jigsaw. Have you ever played? Have you ever? Fuck that. Let's get to the shit. We don't care about all that riddle me this, riddle me that, truth or dare. This ain't high school, nigga. Let's get straight to the shit.
This ain't high school? Oh, then unfortunately Drake's not interested.
3 minutes later. I'm sorry that man is your father. Let me be honest. It takes a man to be a man.
Drake just dropped on YouTube, and he dropped a little preview snippet on Instagram. And you're telling me that Kendrick dropped again? The fuck are you telling me?
Your son's a sick man with sick thoughts. I think niggas like him should
Wasn't this like 20 minutes after? Like less than 20 minutes after?
Him and Weinstein should get fucked up in a cell.
What the fuck is going on, chat? Did he say Drake should die?
He got sex offenders on Hovio that he keep on a monthly allowance. A child should never be compromised. Family away. To anybody that embody the love for their kids, keep the family away. They looking at you too if you're standing by him. Keep the family away. But I would like to say it's not your fault that he's hiding another child. Give him grace. This the reason I made
He
this
had it in the
morale.
chamber.
So
This really was Whackademics 9/11.
What the fuck, man? Where the fuck this thing is coming some random shit like this, bro? What the fuck? Bruh, the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is this nigga talking about? I was vibing. Drizzy responded. I'm cooling. Having a good time. I was about to go get the Henny. What the fuck did this Kendrick nigga drop and start talking about? What the fuck?
Probably thinking I wanted to crash your party, but truthfully I don't have a hating bone in my body.
Oh my God, he was draking and driving. He was draking and driving.
Again?
Certified
Jelmer,
boy, certified pedophile.
Jelmer, thank you for the 13 months. Oh my God.
Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor.
Who is he texting?
And your homeboy needs a peanut.
Oh my God. Drake, you gotta shoot him, and you gotta shoot him now. I'm sorry. This is Drake's crib. Nah, Drake, you gotta shoot this nigga, man. No, I'm joking. I'm joking about with that. Honestly, Drake gotta go to Kendrick Lamar block and shoot a video. It's the only option. You gotta go to his block and shoot a video.
Please,
I'm
like
sorry.
Drake. Like Drake.
By the way,
would.
Kendrick ain't leave the house yet. Yeah, Drake, you got squabble. Fuck it. This nigga Kendrick is now over here adding you to the registry, gang. I ain't gonna lie. This fucker is crip walking on this goddamn motherfucking beat, man.
The family matter and the truth for the matter. Here was God's plan to show y'all the liar.
Wait, did he just...
It is amazing that he really saved the best for last. His chat had to tell him what the red pins meant, which is why he had it looked up. Shut the fuck.
Drake's song?
Shut
So this
up.
shit must have been mad recent. Drake dropped the shit last night. And he's mentioning the song today.
Freaky ass nigga, he the 69 God. Freaky ass nigga, he the 69 God. Hey, 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 run for your life. Hey, 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 run for your life. Let me hear you say OV-ho. OV-ho. Say OV-ho. OV-ho. Then step this way.
I don't know if it's because Drake used the voice of Tupac for the pep talk. I don't know if somebody called him This nigga looked like he probably, I'm going to be honest with you, it sounded like Kendrick probably got 5 more of these.
Yeah.
Instead, you in that Venice studio, it's a celebration. You gotta learn to fact check.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, this shit was some good exercise. Like,
what you got?
Get out, get the pen work done.
Oh, shit.
You would be a worthy competitor if I was really a predator.
This the Drake I wanted to hear, y'all. This the Drake I wanted to hear, y'all.
Final verdict
And he
on
lost
Drake.
and he's cooked.
You know what? Also, don't ever forget that Drake publicly supported Tory Lanez. So he publicly supported Tory Lanez then and also now. Like, he was circulating that petition to demand Tory Lanez release. So he can go to fucking hell.
Okay, what does that mean? Does that mean he's not going to respond?
He's cooked. He lost.
He's cooked. He lost.
That's what that means.
Oh, he's besties with Aiden Ross? Cool. And DDG. Very cool. He's got a lot of really great friends. Academic lore is insane and extremely dark. He's gotten rappers killed in Chicago over his takes. All I know about him is that he was like sued for rape and he's just the worst. Like, he is trash.
All right, y'all, let's go.
Ready, set, go!
I'm out, boy. You a fraud. He a fraud. You are a fraud.
Oh my God, he needs more Saratoga water.
Ready, set, go!
It's too slow. It's too slow. Leave Florida, my gang. Leave Florida. He's done. You're done, bro. You're done.
They want to see one more.
You're done.
They want to see one more.
You're done.
Come on.
You done.
Give me what they want. Ready, set, go!
He went before me and still lost. I'm ahead of him right there.
You're one.
Yeah.
Get out of here. There's no tie, bro. Ashton,
That's crazy.
Ashton, you lost, bro.
You lost, bro. Run it back then. Ready,
Run him back
set,
then.
go!
He lost 4 times.
Bye.
You guys, this is what happens when you do not get to 10K at least.
Clear.
Okay? I need at least 10K.
All right, y'all, let's go.
I need at least 10K. All right, and this is what happens when you don't get at least 10K. Oh, man. Are they bare feet? Yeah. He got so mad. Also, how old is Ashton Hall? He's 29 years old. You know what's crazy is, like, for everybody making fun of him, though, he's doing content with Speed, who's one of the biggest creators in the world. He's doing a thing with Glenn Powell for the Running Man. He lost his Saratoga sponsor. Did he even ever have them? Are we sure he was even sponsored by Saratoga? But that's the thing, is like, if you make content that is so ridiculous, that is so like rage baity, that people are just going, what, you're so stupid, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Well, we live in an attention economy, you know? He lost it for being too negative after losing. You guys, there's no way. Did he really even have a Saratoga sponsorship in the first place? Does he just want you to think he does? Once more likely, they sent a cease and desist. They're like, stop using our water in your videos. Garden Variety Cat Lady, thank you for the 4 months. Also, you guys, tomorrow, Will and I are doing a gaming sponsor. We are playing Mecha Break. We're playing Mecha Break, which is a new game that's coming out. It is a shooter game, which should be fun. I wonder if Ashton Hall will be losing to Glenn Powell too. Probably. Mecha Break is nice. Yeah, I don't know if I've played a game like this before. Oh, it's out now. Okay. Yeah, so we're doing that tomorrow night. I'm debating if I do. So we're playing around 8. I'm debating if like I was going to stream in the morning, but then I'm like, do I stream in the morning and then stream again tomorrow night? I don't know. I can't decide. Big Mecha Break advice from a player: drink at least 5 Red Bulls. Shit, really? Love the duo sponsors with Will. Yeah, it's really fun. I love gaming with him, and it's always an excuse to game together when we get to do a sponsor. Evening only stream. I know. My sleep schedule's been fucked up again. I was doing so well, and then I fell off because I got into anime. How does this make you feel? Shook, you are my Ashley when she has gone to bed. You are my Ashley when she has gone to bed. Did you finish Pluto? Yeah, it was so good. I finished Pluto and I finished Promise Neverland. Is that a cat corn dog? Is that what that is? Is that a cat corn dog? That's what that is, right? Is that a corn? That's. Oh my God, that was right in front of me. That was a corn cat. That was a fucking corn cat. How did I miss the? How did I miss the chance to call that a corn cat? Hope Core edit to end the night.
Seeing, I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guy's got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo! Let me tell you, I've been taking...
I hate that Alex Jones is such a fucking piece of shit. Like, I genuinely hate it because he has given us very funny moments. Like, there are such classic Alex Jones moments.
Get up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I can't even compute all this.
Oh, he is such a meme machine. I know. I enjoy this meme template despite despising Jones too. Yeah. Yep. Here's another show from the writer of Pluto. In my opinion, it's even better. Oh. He's a genuine... It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate that he is an entertainer, truly. It's also like when Trump says something where you're like, fuck, that is legitimately funny. That is like actually... That is actually funny, and also fuck Donald Trump. Mega pieces of shit. Mega POS. Okay, so I have to find my next anime. Nandre told me, here's what Nandre recommended for me, because I'm looking for my next anime. He said, Code Yes. Code Yes. He's like, if you loved Pluto, you'll love Code Yes. Watch Frieren. Wait, isn't Frieren the anime that you guys are always trying to get Will to watch? Celestial King, thank you for the 12 months. 1 year, that's crazy. Thank you so much for the great streams. Well, thank you for being a member of the community. this music. That looks legendary. That looks incredible.
1 year, that's crazy. Thank you very much for the great streams.
You gotta start with the highest animated. Is this gonna be fucking Dragon Ball Z? Oh. I know. A lot of people have told me to watch this. Yes, I have a list. I have a list of anime I've been compiling that I've been putting together. I know this is on it, like the classics. I actually watched like the first season of Attack on Titan. I know Will wants me to finally watch Cowboy Bebop. Please show the list. I mean, it's basically, I gotta watch Cowboy Bebop because that's Will's favorite. I gotta watch Code Geass. I gotta watch Full Metal Alchemist, Berserk. Actually, I was told to read the manga of Berserk. Say you hate it just to stir the pot. Perfect Blue is so good. I love Perfect Blue. I've seen that before. Code Geass. I love the Fossabot latest episode. Caroline is a weeb now. Here's the thing. I'm drawn to like dark fantasy. I'm drawn to horror. I like things that are really fucked up. You know, I really loved Promised Neverland because it was great storytelling. I mean, I loved Promised Neverland season 1, season 2. We don't talk about season 2. But I like that kind of anime. Okay, let me watch some of this now.
Neo Tokyo
Wait, this is Akira.
is about to explode.
Yeah, people are outing themselves. People are outing themselves.
Streamlined Pictures presents a state-of-the-art adventure.
Sleeper weeb cells.
Akira.
This is retro. I do like the cyberpunk aesthetics as well. So tired of people praising Akira having never read it. Is this one of those like you have to read the manga? The book is so much better than the book is so much better than the anime. Also, like, that's okay if people love Akira. Why am I pronouncing it like the car? People let them like Acura. let them like Acura. Listen, these 29-year-olds, they just want to sit home and play Acura and get free health care. So, we're going to make them work again, okay? No more Acura, no more free health care. Okay? I'll wait for the live action. I will read neither the manga nor watch the anime. I will wait for the live action. Oh boy. Okay. Any gaming for tonight? Well, I have big gaming coming up this week. I don't know. I feel a little bit cooked. Jay Dilla did just message the group and said any Night Rainers. Will, I was literally just about to read you. What are you doing, you silly goose? William Neff, you guys, you just missed out on the weeb conversation. You missed out on the big time weeb conversation. We were talking mad weeb shit. Will, thank you for the raid. This is the best rec I can give you if you like fucked up stuff. This is a fucked up dystopian sci-fi 12 episode show. Okay, that sounds like... And you don't... He's sleepy. I'm sleepy too. William. Hold on a sec. William, are you here? William. The hell? Oh, we have, frequently we struggle to get service. Frequently we struggle to get service here in French Polynesia. Cool. It says I have no network. Wait, he's in chat? Where is he? Yes, you're here. Okay. Are you playing League? Or what are you doing right now? I'm working on setting up my stream for tomorrow. Oh wait, for Mecha Break? Okay. Well, I was gonna jump. I gonna raid you because I was gonna pop off because I was kind of tired, but you raided me. So, I mean, look, I will do a run. Whenever y'all have 3. Jay, I would do a run. You guys, I promise you I'll be done with Night Rain soon and we'll return to other gaming. I'm sorry, okay? Let me see what this is. Oh, not for, right, for Disney. Got it. For Disney. Yeah. I see. A shame you seemed an honest man, and all the fears you hold so dear. I don't want Night Rain to end. I feel like so many of these shows just have great soundtracks. Wait, what the fuck? Nandre just said that he's doing an intervention for me because I'm addicted to Night Rain. Meanwhile, he has been streaming him beating all 9 bosses. As you said that, I got a message in chat. If I recall correctly, she also recently got into anime as well. So what? I'm not allowed to... I'm not allowed to, like, love Night Rain and anime now? I don't even think I've played that much. God forbid a woman has hobbies. God forbid. Whatever, you fucking weeb lord. Yeah, well, takes one to know one. Weeb lord. All right, are we doing this? Are we doing this, Weeb Lord? Oh my god, now there's so much anime. Now I'm getting like hella links for anime. There's too much anime. Okay, wait, let's see. Okay, now I can't get into anime because there's just too much. All right, I'm stopping before I even have begun.
When I just opened your stream and you were watching the Serial Experiments Lane OP, I just started laughing so hard. That is such a deep cut for fun. Great show, but
okay,
oh my god.
My community members just started hardcore linking.
All your community members just need to shut the fuck up. I'm gonna rep all the weebs right now. You're gonna watch 3 shows that represent the cornerstones of everything that everybody in chat wants, except for the people who like slice of life. Shut the fuck up. You're gonna watch Code Geass. I already told you about that yesterday. Best show of all time. That shit is peak. Then you're gonna watch Neon Genesis Evangelion. You're gonna watch the beginning, the original series, then you're gonna watch End of Evangelion, and then you're gonna watch the Rebuild films. That is like the ultimate auteur anime that talks about everything and also has like all the base tropes ever. And then last but not least, you gotta choose between one of 2. You do Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood or you do Hunter x Hunter. And that's it. Everyone, leave her alone and let her discover anime on her own. If you guys overwhelm her, she is not gonna watch it. I promise you. Don't fucking do it, man. Tell me I'm wrong, chat. Tell me I'm wrong.
They're saying he's right. Saying he's correct.
There's other options down the line. There's like Ghost in the Shell. There's Fate Zero. There's One Punch Man if you like superheroes and stuff. Champloo, which Jay likes. Like, there's a bunch of good stuff. And then the last thing that you're gonna have to watch is Seinfeld.
No, fuck.
The anime.
Seinfeld, the anime.
Yeah. Maybe Nana is actually a good shot.
Did she watch Chainsaw Man? No, you guys, this is like similar to me with gaming, where when I say I'm new,
Man's kind
like
of sick.
I watched Pluto. Okay, here's what I've seen.
Starting with Pluto is crazy, man. That is so not a starter anime. It's awesome that you did that. It's a great pick. Oh yeah, Gurren Lagann. I forgot Gurren Lagann, guys.
And then I just watched Promise Neverland. And I've fucked up my sleep schedule Classic fucked up my sleep schedule.
I don't want her to watch Girl in the Gone Check because if she doesn't like it, that one will hurt my feelings. And I don't know if she'll like that.
Oh.
It's kind of like the shit that you talked about a little bit. It's like a little bit of that stuff that you don't like.
Yeah.
The shonen stuff, but
yeah,
it's
I'm not
more
into
than
like
that,
I'm not into like
so,
cutesy. I'm not really into just like
she's never watching Made in Abyss. Made in Abyss is not for her. Madoka is cool, but Madoka you can't start with, guys. Madoka is one she's gonna have to watch with Billy Nosh. Black Lagoon is one of my favorites, but I could pitch you Black Lagoon. Black Lagoon it's an island in the middle of fucking nowhere, and all the worst criminals on Earth have like a town set up there. And it's like an actual functional town, but everyone's a scum fuck. And this guy, he joins a private mercenary company, and it's about the shit they get hired out to do. It's kind of sick. I love that show, actually.
she's not like the other girls because I said I don't like the cutesy shit.
Yeah, it's true. Ooh,
It's so
Psycho-Pass
true,
was a
you
good
guys.
shout too. Psycho-Pass actually you would fucking love, but you only got to watch one season of that.
In parentheses, eventually list every anime. Oh yeah, you like anime? List every anime ever.
It will be like it is actually gonna be like that.
Every single one. This
Why
was
would you link the
honestly,
Psycho-Pass
this was
movie?
kind of similar to when I was like, what Metal Gear Solid should I start with? And
Yeah,
then
that's
there was
divisive.
an explosion in chat. And then the funny thing too is that like Will and you have very strong opinions on this stuff as well. And so it's like you guys chat.
Well, and I have similar anime opinions though. We're much more divisive with movies.
You are. You guys are
Yeah,
divisive
but
with movies.
with-
You guys are also
but with
divisive
anime, we
with
agree.
games.
A little bit.
Yeah. Not as much as movies, but you
Movies is the 50-50 split. Games is 75-25, and then anime is 90-10.
Yeah.
Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Shut up, guys. She's never watching Legend of the Galactic. She's not watching a 150 episode anime. We're not doing
Guys.
this to her.
Do you want me to keep straight? Like that's the thing is that
Actually, Caroline, your
What?
chat just had a really good shout.
What?
I never played the game, and it doesn't fucking matter. But Netflix did an anime adaptation of a spin-off story from Cyberpunk. That game, Cyberpunk. Called Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and that show actually is so fucking gas. Cyberpunk Edge Runners on Netflix, it's an easy watch. I think it's only 12 episodes. It's really, really, really good.
Is that the game?
It's set in the universe of the game. I think the like expansion has like shit to do with it, but you don't need to know shit about the game to play it or watch it.
You guys, when I was in bed the other night, Will was like, "Do you know how lucky you are to date someone who's watched so much anime, so that you don't have to watch the bad anime? Do you understand how lucky you are?" I was like,
God.
"Okay, all right." He gave me like, "I have watched hundreds of hours of terrible anime to get to the good stuff. And you're so lucky that you don't have to watch any of that." I was like, honestly, that is true. Yeah. Where's the lie? True.
You know how Sam and I made you the video games Rex list?
Mm-hmm.
I might have to make you an anime one.
Oh, shit.
I don't want to overwhelm you with it. I'll leave it to like 20 shows with little descriptions, and you'll find something
With
good.
little descriptions. I like that this video also says anime 9/11 and the preservation of media, but it looks like an anime about 9/11.
It is.
Is there an anime about 9/11?
There's a lot.
Really? Is there
Yep.
basically an anime about everything?
Yep.
Okay. Also, where the hell is Jay Dilla?
Jay Sedilla.
Jay, paging Jay. Sorry, y'all. I'm on a run. Almost done. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some water.
Chad, I'm not gonna recommend her Attack on Titan. I'm not gonna do it. That's a no-go. No fly on AOT. We're gonna skip to start. I'll tell you guys what we're gonna skip. We're gonna skip the sports anime. I love them, but they're great. Okay? They're not gonna be good to start. If we're gonna do slice of life, I think I'm gonna make her watch like Beck or Nana. I think those will be good. Okay?
So Nandre said there's only
Somebody keeps pinging me about JoJo's. JoJo's is awesome. Monster I don't really like, even though I watched it twice.
Wait, you know what I watched? I really liked Blood of Zeus.
If you like Blood of Zeus, then you would like this one called Fate Zero, which is about these magicians who fight each other, but they all get to summon a hero from like history or stories to also fight alongside them, and whoever wins gets the Holy Grail and gets a wish granted.
Shit.
It's pretty badass show. The longer you go down that franchise though, it gets kind of crazy. But Fate Zero, you could just watch that alone and it's pretty cool. If you liked Blood of Zeus, you would probably like that.
It's a I really love Battle Royale, the film.
That's what that is. It's
Okay.
Battle Royale, but with magicians, and it's anime, and it's got like one of the badass characters is Alexander the Great gets summoned, and he's a fucking absolute machine. If you like Battle Royale stuff, then Fate Zero would be good.
Okay. Wait, didn't
Nice
we
try,
watch...
Void Invader.
Will, did we watch Pantheon?
Pantheon is so good.
Wait, but did I watch that?
Pantheon's not Japanese, but Pantheon is great.
No.
I know Will has.
Wait, you tried to show me it?
You should watch that show. That show was awesome.
Oh, that's the one too that you've tried to get people to watch and they...
I don't know why nobody watches that show. And it's contained. It just ends. It's great.
Oh. Best other wholesome and inspirational queer anime, Yuri on Ice anime about gay figure skating. Is there any other type of figure skating?
Yuri on Ice is actually a fucking awesome show. Vampire Hunter D is pretty, but it's, I don't know.
Oh my God. Okay, so I have discovered two things that no matter the community on Twitch, everyone is going to have so many offerings and so many opinions. Video games and anime.
I think anime is an interesting one for Twitch too, because like, chat, type 1 if this happened to you growing up. But like when you were growing up, you would go on all of those websites that had like hacked downloads of anime, and you would watch them like streaming off of random ass websites in like middle school and high school, and that's how you got introduced to them, because you used to only be able to watch it pirated, and now anime is like one of the most contested pieces of media for all the streaming services. I feel like that was like a fundamental experience for a lot of Twitch viewers.
Wait, you like having to pirate anime off the dark web?
That's what you used to have to do as a kid. You'd find like these sketchy ass websites, like it would be like called like Anime Go Go Boo Boo, and you'd watch all of your show, and it would be missing like 5 or 6 episodes, and you have to find them on different websites. It was a pain in the ass, but it was awesome.
No, I've never seen Airbender. Whoever asked me that.
I haven't either. People get on my ass about that.
You've never seen Airbender?
No, I haven't. The only I like to tell people, and this is true, the only Avatar: The Last Airbender stuff I've watched is clips on TikTok and the M. Night Shyamalan movie.
No. Not the M. Night Shyamalan film.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I know, Chad. I know.
You would literally cry when a site you used for a while got taken down. Oh no.
Yeah. No, like, and then you'd have to hunt the internet, and sometimes you would get one that would put a virus on your computer, and it would suck.
Oh my God.
Hassan knows I haven't seen it. He got mad at me last time I brought it up.
All right, well, Hassan hasn't seen like everything else, so of course the one thing he's seen is anime.
Chat learned that I hadn't seen that show when somebody drew fan art of me as Uncle Eero,
And
and
you
I
didn't
was
know?
like, yeah, I haven't seen it.
Oh.
I know who he is. No, Sean, no, Sean. Iroh, whatever. Whatever. You've seen Black Swan, right? You know Black
The
Swan is...
Aronofsky film?
Yeah, you know that's adapted from an anime, right?
Which one?
So there was this really incredible director who died from cancer very young, named, what was his name again, chat? Why can't I remember his name?
Wait. That's from Perfect Blue. I've seen that.
Yeah. Perfect Blue and Black Swan are very, very close. Satoshi Kon. He had to buy the rights for it to make Black Swan, even though he denies to this day that it's a remake.
Inception was based on Paprika too.
Yeah, that one's not as cut, but Paprika is very good. Paprika is better than Inception.
Andre loves this show. God damn it. Farting on my roommate's door.
That's not a show. I'm telling you right now, that's a guy ripping huge fucking fart on a doorknob.
Did you see it?
We watched this on Meme School.
This is Andre's favorite anime.
I have watched this video a lot in my life.
Nardy GG, thank you for the 2 months. Did I see that? Yes, I've seen this. I have seen farting on my roommate's door too many times, like more times than I want to.
This used to be my follower, and it would play the whole video.
On your follower?
Yeah.
Brother.
Up to like 10,000 followers. Like a really long time.
Up to 10,000 followers, you played the entire 33 seconds of farting on my roommate's door.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wait, did you see the leaked teaser for The Odyssey?
No.
You didn't?
It's leaked?
Somebody literally just sat in the cinema and recorded it. And then posted it on Twitter. Which we did not watch on my stream because that is illegal.
Yeah, I would never do that. But I will watch it off to the side. Okay, can I be so real? I think I just clicked it and it started playing the Karate Kid trailer.
Nardis Heart.
Maybe.
Oh no, it's in the middle. It's in the middle. I see it. I see it. I see it. I was about to say this looks like ass.
Maybe there's Karate Kids in The Odyssey.
It's like Jaden Smith is in The Odyssey.
Big question. I'm sure was already asked 1,000 times. Have you started watching Attack on Titan? Yes.
I'm way more interested in this than anything Nolan's done in a long time. I'll be honest.
I think it looks good.
Like this looks way more fascinating than Oppenheimer. Okay, looks cool.
Yeah, I
did see the Running Man trailer. What'd you think of that, Caroline?
I actually wait. We were talking about it on stream, but I never watched the trailer because I got distracted by saying that Ashton Hall is doing a promo with Glenn Powell.
Yeah, he is. Man. It was a ridiculous trailer or promo. Man, it was ridiculous. Man, Edgar Wright needs a winner, man. Edgar Wright needs a winner. It's been too long.
Was his last one Soho or whatever the fuck that was? Last Night in Soho? What was his last film?
I know he did that Spark Brothers documentary.
Edgar Wright.
Baby Driver was awesome. Baby Driver's not for me, but I respect it.
It was Last Night in Soho. I think that was his last film, and I did not think that was
like
very,
it.
I did not think that was very good. Wait, you know what Will and I watched last night?
What?
We watched Friendship.
What'd you think?
I don't think it really worked.
Yeah, it's got problems.
Yeah.
But there are some scenes that are really strong.
No, there were some there were some really great moments. Some moments that
The trip out was so
fucking funny. I almost feel I was a little confused because I felt like it was kind of too I felt like it was too scattered. Like I thought it was mostly going to I thought that film was going to go in this direction where Paul Rudd breaks off the friendship, right? And then essentially he escalates to just this absurd level of insanity, like trying to get him back. You know, I thought that was really going to be the focus of the film. It kind of felt like one long sketch, but also like not as funny as some of the like amazing I Think You Should Leave sketches. The line about really never pulling out of Afghanistan was hilarious.
Amazing. Connor O'Malley is
so funny.
One of my favorites.
He's hilarious.
It needed to just like have some really crazy effects and editing as soon as their like relationship started to deteriorate more. It just was like very sterile.
Yes. Yeah.
It came off as kind of flat because of that.
Yeah, and it was a film that was like under an hour and a half, but it felt really long because it just kind of got stale.
I'm trying to find, there was something that came out around the same time as Friendship that I saw. Oh yeah, it was The Rehearsal. I thought The Rehearsal was a much better meditation on a lot of the stuff that Friendship was trying to talk about, which is a little bit unfair for that movie, but kind of got dwarfed by it. And I felt the same way about Bring Her Back in 28 Years Later, where Bring Her Back was so good and 28 Years Later was kind of uneven. But much better on the whole than Friendship. I liked it. I liked 28 Years Later, but I love Bring Her Back.
Yeah, I think that was one of the best films of the year.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, I don't know. Friendship was kind of disappointing. It was kind of disappointing.
It's got the bones to be something a lot better than it was.
It should have worked better than it did. Like basically a version of I Love You Man, but one that is incredibly like the evil version of it. And it just felt like a feature-length sketch, but also
it very much felt like a feature.
I will say
sketch.
Like when the film was funny, when it had its funny moments, it was some of the best comedy of the year, that's for sure.
I'm looking right now to see what my big ones left for the year are. Eddington, I'm very excited for. My friends who've already seen it mostly didn't like it, which I find really interesting.
Wait,
but I felt
that?
that's the same way about Beau's Afraid too. The Ari Aster movie.
The Ari Aster. Yeah. Wait, when was
I'm excited for Naked Gun.
Hell yeah.
I'm excited for Weapons.
This Eddington has a 67. Oh, I'm so pumped for Weapons.
I got a copy of the script for Weapons. I read it. I spoiled it for myself. But I really wanted to read the
It's so hard to
script.
resist.
And then Paul Thomas Anderson has his movie in September with Leonardo DiCaprio. Did you say you were going to go to some wedding or something with Leonardo DiCaprio? I don't remember. You mentioned something in passing.
Yeah, I couldn't make it. It was all the way in Venice.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting to have like Ari Aster's back-to-back, Beau's Afraid and Eddington. And I wonder if he's going to like return to... If he's going to try to return to form.
I like Beau's Afraid a lot. I'm a truther. I'm a truther on Beau's Afraid.
I did not care for it.
I think it's messy, but I liked it. Now, it's not even remotely close. I mean, I think Hereditary is straight up perfect. I don't think there's a thing you can change in that movie to make it better.
I would have actually more old people naked.
More flappy vagina in red pen at the bottom of the last page of the script.
Yes, more loose labias.
I do think it would be nice to see him return to something that is more immediately grounded in horror filmmaking.
Bro,
but
I feel like I haven't
I'm
even
not
seen
picky.
any. I feel like I haven't even seen any promo on Eddington, and this comes out in 2.5 weeks.
Going to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll turn the lights off.
Good night, Flaky.
Caroline said good night, and then she.
Good night.
You call it. You do not want to hear the next thing she said. I'm not even going to repeat.
What? I didn't say anything.
I don't even want to tell you.
They just put out the trailer for Eddington 2 weeks ago.
She called you a weeb. She called you a weeb.
I trust her more than you. On
Yeah,
this.
no. He's a liar. No, I'm calling myself. I'm calling myself a weeb.
She's on her anime journey. You know, you should join her. She just started. She's on her 3rd anime now.
What is up with things coming out and there being no marketing? Like how? Okay, tell me
Squid Game.
How could Squid Game apparently have broken the record for Netflix viewership, and I haven't seen anyone talk about it, or I saw no promo on it?
'Cause it's ass.
Like, is that just a lie?
Squid Game season 3 is essentially Matrix Resurrections. The creator knows that their beautiful story has been corrupted and by the capitalist machine and lacks integrity, so they intentionally tank the shit out of it. And to be honest, it's fascinating to watch, even if it's not good.
I was saying that to Will, where I said, I feel like the creator of Squid Game did this on purpose.
I agree with you.
But how is this possible? Squid Game season 3 breaks Netflix viewership record with 60.1 million views, and this show was like not advertised. I haven't seen anybody, with the exception.
Well, Netflix doesn't release their statistics for their
Are they
viewership.
just lying?
They could be. Like, I know that that's like a huge criticism of them, is that all of their statistics and stuff is internal stuff. It's not publicly released.
Yeah, because this feels like a lie. Like, I don't even know if anybody even knew it was out.
Squid Game is an international sensation, so maybe it's just actually crushing in foreign markets.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I just
And maybe they just did no marketing here.
it's season 3 is bad.
I would not be surprised
bad.
though if Netflix were also cooking the numbers, if they were just fucking lying about that shit.
Chad, season 1 of Squid Game was so fun and interesting, and I'm not saying it was the best thing ever, but it was fantastic popcorn television. You got to give it at least that. 2 and 3, just very uneven.
Yeah.
They're very uneven.
No, but like literally, how did season 3 have no promo?
Season 3 had no promo, and 2 was shoveled down our throats. Like, that was one of the most oppressive advertising campaigns for something in so long.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, and then of course they have the American Squid. Hold on, American Squid.
I need you to just watch the last like 3 minutes of season 3. I need you to see the insanity that is the final 3 minutes of season 3. It made my jaw drop in just like I felt like my medulla oblongata fly out of my skull. God.
Well, I'm gonna watch the whole season.
Yeah, you should, because I think the B plots are actually okay. Just the A plot is kind of dog shit.
I can't believe my mother, Kate Blanchett, is going to be playing the frontman in the American Squid Game. I'm like, did she need to do that?
Is she is she playing the front man chat, or is she playing the? I think she's playing like the recruiter.
Oh wait. Sorry. Yeah, she's playing the recruiter. Sorry.
I don't know who's playing from it, and it's Fincher.
Like,
Fincher's doing that and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood sequel, right?
oh, I forgot about that. To show
What
a
is going
comparison,
on?
the show on Netflix had more viewers and was nominated for 17 Emmys.
Yeah, it's Fincher chat.
Squid Game was nominated for 17 Emmys?
Is it Nick Cage? You're lying. It's not Nick Cage. It's the front man.
No.
If it's Nick Cage, I'm in. You put Nick Cage in it, I'm watching it. Oh,
2 months
I have
ago-
thoughts on Social Network too. I talked about it a lot already.
2 months ago, Kate was like, I might retire, I'm serious, and now she's tied to Squid Game. Like,
Yeah.
please, this cannot be her last.
How old is she?
Kate? 50s?
She's gonna. No way is she retiring.
No way. She can't.
She's gonna act till
She's
she's
got to
80.
do Tar too. Lydia Tar has to come back.
Tar 2. More
Tar
Tar.
too. More Tar. Tarred and feathered.
God.
Tarred and feathered.
I will say Tar has fundamentally changed how I view video game concerts. It's really, really changed it.
Maybe she's Tar in Squid Game. It's kind of giving Lydia Tar.
Have you seen the memes where it's like Lydia Tar is in Fortnite and they're like announcing her for Fortnite?
Do you know that people thought that Lydia Tar was a real person? Like, still think that she is? Tar 2, Electric Boogaloo.
What'd you say, Flaky?
I said for some reason, I know you're not, but I.
Wait, Dragon Army, so true. Kate
What?
needs. Kate
That's
needs
what we're
to come
talking about. We're
back.
talking about Tar.
Kate needs to come back for the Borderlands sequel.
Yeah, you haven't seen that meme where it's like Lydia Tar's in Fortnite? Here, I'm gonna post it. This shit is hysterical. I sent it to you.
That was a typo. Fallout was nominated on Amazon, not Netflix. Oh.
Fallout was fun.
Fallout
Fallout
was
is fun in
fun.
the same way that Squid Game is fun. I don't want it to be the best show ever. I want it to be something that I can throw on at the end of the night
Yeah.
and chill.
This is so funny.
God,
Fortnite, Lydia Tar.
that's gonna get you dropping on Greasy.
A Borderlands sequel? There's no way they're doing a sequel. The Borderlands, the first one was so bad. Like
We
they
need,
just- they can't possibly. They cannot possibly.
We need Julianne Moore safe in Fortnite. Just shambling around. That's what we need.
When is Fallout Season 2 happening?
Beats me.
Yo, is Jay Dilla almost done with this run?
I don't know. Actually, let's check with
Jay!
Jay.
Ja!
I think he just finished, maybe.
It just finished? Oh, I forgot I have to do
Oh, he's going to the boss right now. You go to the boss right now.
I
What'd you forget?
forgot I have to tape an audition tonight.
Oh no.
Will is going to be so mad.
Just send them the reel from Chicago.
Should send him that and be like, I'm offer only. I'm offer only. Here's my work.
That would be awesome. There are Tar fan cams on.
When is this due? Tomorrow? 6 p.m. It's due at 6 p.m. Pacific time.
TikTok.
Wait, what?
There are Tar fan cams on TikTok.
Of course. Dude, there's fan cams of everything.
Actually, true.
Just send him Barack Obama. Yeah.
If
you know
I
what?
search Caroline Fan Cam, you think one's gonna come up?
Maybe. I think there's at least a couple out there. I know Wendy on Twitter has made a couple of them.
Oh my god. This is insane.
What? God.
You have it blocked. You have it blocked.
Dude,
Don't
my
click
mods
it.
must have blocked. They must have blocked this, and I still clicked on the link.
Oh God.
Marsh.
Mauricio.
Mauricio.
Whoever put
I'm
that
just
clip
blaming
in.
Marsh now.
Whoever put that clip in of Caroline doing the musical theater thank-yous at the end, that is one of my favorite clips ever.
Yeah, this is what I'm gonna send in for my audition.
Real ones remember the old setup before y'all moved to Turks and Caicos or French Polynesia.
And then of course the orchestra. And then one final bow, you all grab hands.
God, all time.
And then everyone's like, wait, what was this again? You asked me like to do different theater bows.
I got a TikTok that was like this person who does impersonations of all the different kinds of thanks people give to applause at the end of
Oh
plays.
yeah. And then I was like, oh,
And you literally just ran the gamut, and I think you hit 90% of the ones that were covered.
And then if it was like a serious show, a play, a drama.
That was funny.
Lights up.
Good stream. Good stream.
And then
Chin up, curtsy.
if it's a serious one, a drama. Wait, is Marsh still here? Marsh, when the fuck are you getting on Night Rain? The fuck
Mauricio doesn't play hard games. He only plays games
Marsh
that
is not a
deteriorate
gamer.
his psyche.
Yeah, he's not a gamer.
We should do a stream where Mauricio and I teach you Heroes of the Storm. Like the good old days.
Yeah, Marsh just loves politics. That's it. He hates gaming.
Chad, who saw the clip of Theran ripping on Mauricio for having painted fingernails
Wait, who
in
saw?
Pride Month?
Wait, but also who saw the compilation of everyone in Fear and be like, Marsh, pull this up. Marsh, pull up this photo.
Jamie, pull that
Marsh.
thing up for me.
Marsh, come on, Marsh, pull it up.
The guy with the huge black penis for me.
Marsh.
I'm a politics streamer.
Pull up this gay porn. Marsh, come on.
Mauricio, you are
Wait,
a
who has that
React
link?
streamer.
Where was that on Twitter? Somebody show us. Somebody find that, because Will was watching it. The shit I've had to pull up, I'm definitely on a list. All right, here it is. Hold on.
Marsh, do you like show stuff so the viewers
Discord.
can see?
Marsh, you want to look that up real quick?
Marsh? Pull this up.
Does it all?
Marsh.
March.
No,
Marsh.
I've seen this.
God damn it.
God damn it, Marsh.
Marsh, if you'll pull up start. So let
We
me
have a
give you-
PowerPoint.
Marsh, will you pull up the lyrics?
You show the gay picture that Will posted. Wait, what was gay about it? Can you please pull up the One Punch Man mosquito?
Damn, Ted, you're pale as hell.
Photo? Just look up Dick Cheney penis.
Just take it.
Marsh, pull it up. Pull up
Also,
Trump's pussy.
can we talk about how Will looks different in every single one of these?
Just take a look at this.
Pull up a clip of me after I
shedding
played
his
25 straight hours.
He's also a liar.
No.
Pull up Lovely's latest short.
He's tan.
Pull
He's
him
not
up.
tan.
Pull up
He's
the
a ginger. He's
basketball
not a
robot.
ginger. He's got a beard. He's got ballroom hair. He's dressed up like he's gonna jump you in a back alley.
Hold on,
He's
I'm
dressed
gonna-
like a car
Now he's
salesman.
invisible.
He can do it all.
Full Neff's stream.
What
real
is
quick.
this?
I mean, I don't know. Look up like can non-Muslims attend Hajj? Look it up. Look it up. Let's pull it up. I want to see this.
Oh, you haven't seen this?
This
Billy,
gives me
Billy, pull
PTSD.
this up. Billy Rave Brains. Billy Rave Brains, can you please pull up a list
Damn.
of animals in the Amazon rainforest?
Levy Grossman
Billy Rave
is the only person.
Please pull it up.
Marsh, pull up an asshole right now.
Yo, Marsh, can you pull up Dream
glowing
called
in
the
that
asshole?
one when he calls Billy Rave
Marsh,
Brains.
Google it. Olive oil in your ear.
No, it's a giant bottle of alcohol. Go ahead and pull that up, Marsh.
It's what is it?
Oh.
March, pull it
Marsh,
up.
Who
you might-
demands
Oh,
the most
Marley.
Marsh
You
pull-ups?
have a
It seems
bucket
like
in your
Will.
Marsh, it showed
I
earlier.
think it's Billy.
Terminator Bucket
I
at
don't
Disneyland.
understand this. March, can you pull up Balenciaga mannequin? Pull it up, March. Pull it up.
What?
Show it. No, show it. Osama bin Laden going viral on TikTok.
It's Will Herson.
March, pull it up. Santa Cruz Seattle steel surfboard.
This is so good.
Yeah,
What are the
March,
comments underneath that says this?
I feel like
Marsh
it's-
gets paid $20,000 a month, $240,000 a year to search things on YouTube, and the comment back is not true. He also searches things up on Twitter. Mauricio, they don't know this man is grinding after hitting the raves to get the edit out every single time on time.
Marsh, pull it up right now. I
Haters.
guarantee you there are riots in Philadelphia right now.
Yeah,
because that's not the only way gay people have sex.
That is
We have
funny.
other sex. We have
Marsh
missionary.
Marsh has to put up with these
Hello?
people.
Marsh, pull up gay people.
Oh,
Yes,
Jay.
like, that's it. What do you mean?
For those of you at home,
Hogan, thank you for the gift to pull it up.
Put his hands up like this and said,
too long.
"What do I
Did you
look
win
up?"
your round
I
at
thought.
least?
Nah, we got RNG'd.
Oh, Jay, yo. You guys,
We
hearts.
gotta go fast. Caroline has an audition.
Yeah, I gotta do an audition, even though honestly I think I might just send in the Marsh. Can you pull that up? I might just be like, here it is. Here's my
I'm off screen pulling it up.
here's what I have to offer you.
I will say,
I like it.
I can already tell you.
Mauricio did text me really excited that they're bringing back is his name Brian Walker for the last Fast and the Furious movie, and I had to break it to him that not only is he dead, he is a pedophile.
Oh.
So that was a big L for him today.
Wow.
Well, then.
Shook. I saw what you
Very
linked for my audition tape. I saw what you linked.
I'm clicking it.
You're lucky that I'm feeling generous.
You clicking it?
Oh, it's actually a good video.
Oh, yeah, the poop sock? All right, should I send in that or should I send in never gonna give you up?
The poop sock is
Can
way
you imagine if
more
I sent in a
awful.
fucking poop sock link for my audition tape?
That would be.
Or what if I
fantastic.
just recreated poop sock?
You
It's
said
pretty
it
easy
in
to
public,
recreate.
man. You said it in public, not me.
All
Oh,
right.
you mean the running? Oh God. Okay.
My-
Someone's clipping that out of context
Oh,
that you're
fuck,
gonna
what did
poop
I
in a sock.
No, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. All right, my chat, we're doing one run. Wow, it's exactly the same. That's how good of an actor I am.
Oh, isn't his name Paul Walker? Is it Brian Walker?
No,
Who's
it's
the
Paul
guy from
Walker.
Fast and Furious who
It's
hit
Paul
the pole?
Walker.
Oh yeah,
yes,
he's
he
a
dated
pedophile.
a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah, people
Jesus.
don't really know about that.
Yeah, he's a pedophile.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm doing one run.
Pre-poll.
I'm doing one run, and
Yeah,
then
you are.
and then I gotta go do this thing.
Sure, only one run.
Daryl.
No, literally.
Daryl.
All right, now watch this drive.
No.
Now
You
watch
put in
this
sock,
drive.
you can play more runs.
We could definitely, if you get, do you have a green screen?
Me? Somewhere. That's what I actually used
Will
to tape
definitely
my.
has
Well,
one.
I used the green screen to tape my audition. Like I put the
We
green.
can.
I put a backdrop.
We could definitely make a Caroline poop sock, and you could definitely get Hassan with it. That would be kind of
Like
awesome.
I make my own poop sock video.
Caroline, you
And
should
make
just
that
do
the
a
real-
stream where you try and get as many people that you know with a poop sock. With one of yourself.
Do you know that I have never poop socked anybody?
Yeah, well, if we hang out more, you're gonna start doing it. It's just gonna happen.
It would be
It's like
funny.
a
Okay,
osmosis.
actually,
Par
that
for
would
the
be funny
course.
if I made my own poop sock. If I acted
That's what I'm
out.
saying.
Yeah.
We can make one easy. If we just
Yeah.
gotta get you doing the running motion in front of the green screen.
Well,
Have that
especially.
done.
Fast can
Send it
you
in.
run?
You get me a video of you running in front of
Gotta
in
get a
place in front of a
gotta
green
get a
screen. I will
treadmill,
get
too.
you a poop sock video. How about that?
True, especially with the threats to watching content, other people's content. So we're gonna just have to start
Yeah,
We're
we could
all gonna
sue
have to make our
people.
own poop sock videos.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get people to watch our poop sock video, and then we can sue them. 5-head scam.
Yes. All right, listen, boys. This
I
is
like
the
it.
plan.
It'll work.
Do the best poop sock voice. I did it. I was like, nah, nah. Nah. Ha. Why does it sound like I'm doing like, nah, sir?